Class, good afternoon. Please, let's start. Online student, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, please, Joseph, I can hear you. Olise, Princess, Ife, Ibishola, Macaulay, Esther, Abraham, Annie. Can you hear me? Everyone here online?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, I will advise you not to stay very quiet as if you are not around. For those of you where the environment is quiet, please put on your mic. It will help me to monitor your presence, please. For those of you in the class, good afternoon. Please, is there anyone writing audit for the first time in this class? Or we have written it before so that I know how to carry you along? Anyone writing for the first time? This is your first diet for ican, for audit. Dissenting? First diet, okay. So we have one person writing for the first time. Sir, I hope you have been reading. You've read small.
I'm right.
Good afternoon. I'm writing for the first time, sir.
Okay, online, if this is your first time, please let me know.
I am writing for the first time.
My name is Idris Mohammed. I'm writing it. Is it showing? Idris Mohammed. My number 08069733450. Email idris@bratin.com. So for those who are meeting for the first time, you can always chat me up when you have challenge, any challenge relating to any area in the exam. Any question? Relating to audit, please call me about it. For those of you coming to intensive, let me quickly express my expectation. My expectation is that you have been syllabus. So if you have not been reading at all, this is the first time you, in fact, probably since you wrote the exam 2 or 3 diets ago, anytime you see audit paper, you frown your face. If that is your relationship with audit, please try to forgive audit and come back, which means pick the paper and start reading. If you have not read at all, it is not late. We can do it and we can get it right. Is that clear, class? But please, you have to start reading. You have to start reading. For the class, we have class material. If you have the last diet on it, work. How we are there, class? You don't need to get another one, but if you don't have it at all, please try to get it so that it will enable you to follow the class very, very well. We have a class material we use here. So I think that's all. And when I go on, I will get to know you too better. Today we have 4 hours for the class. Tomorrow we will be having 3 hours. And I think, is it on Tuesday? We also have, I think, 3 hours. I can't remember how the timetable is scheduled. So we are going to utilize those hours as much as we could. Please, if you have any question, clarification, or observation, please, you can make it up before we start. If there are none, I want to start the course directly. Can I, class? Okay. To pass the exam, what do I need to know? Syllabus area. What do I need to know to pass the exam? To have confidence in the exam. You need to know the audit regulatory environment. Audit regulatory environment, based on the initial arrangement of November 2019, is supposed to be question section B. But last day, the examiner broke the rules. He asked it on question 1. How we are there, class? However, it must come in every exam. Is that clear, class? This is section number 1. What do I need to know to pass the exam? Number 2, professional ethics and conduct. You need to know professional ethics and conduct. That is the second section. Online student, can you hear me, class?
Yes, sir.
Professional ethics and conduct from November 2019, it started appearing in question 1 as a compulsory question until last 2 died where it stopped completely. So it may pick up again. Please take note of that. You have to know it's a section. The section contains 2 chapters. The ethics itself, based on ISBA, copied by ican, then professional liability, which has not appeared for the past 3 diet. So you need to know these 2 sections. Number 3, section 3 is practice management. Practice management. This section is a customer in the exam. I've not seen a diet where it didn't appear. I hope we are there, class. Even last night it was there. Question number 4, advertisement. I hope you saw it there, advert. That is under this section, professional practice management. They are almost like 3 questions. There is also tender. I think there is also professional clearance. Professional clearance is also there. So I've not seen a diet that a section, a question here don't appear. So if you want to have confidence that I'm passing the exam, you have to know some key things on these sections. Is that clear? Then let's go to the big brother, which is section D, and that is planning. In fact, it's called audit of historical financial statement. Audit of historical financial statement. Audit of historical financial statement. This is the area of audit planning, risk assessment, group audits, all fall into this area. Just as usual, all those system-based approach, general control, application control, COVID that you have heard about, CAT, I hope you have heard of CAT, Abi, computer assisted audit technique, type of CAT, the audit software, all are in this area. Question number 1 has always come out from this area, except in 2020, where the examiner focused on ethics, which is unusual. I hope you get me, class. The whole design of the audit program is based on planning, and that is the audit of historical world class financial statement. So it makes sense question 1 should always be in this area. I call it section D. How we are there, class. But like I mentioned, from 2020 up to May 2021, the question has been on this area, which is section C. Section B, sorry, this is B, and this is A. This is C. So please, you have to know this area, and sadly, class is very boring. So I will find a way to make it interesting. Is that clear, class? Give you exactly what you need to write down and understand it. Class, like I mentioned, and those of you that have written the exam, there is always a question on audit of what class? Historical financial statement. I will focus on that particular part where the question is appearing. Can I move next, class? Then after here, we have one section, finalization and reporting. Funny enough, the question came out here like we expected. And the question is on subsequent event and going concern. I hope we are there, class. There are 2 areas here, reporting, subsequent event and going concern are finalization. While the reporting is 2 parts, the modified report and the unmodified report. So last diet, the examiner did not look at reporting. He focused on finalization, which is subsequent event and going concern for 20 marks. In fact, I think he wanted to dribble student. He brought a financial statement. That financial statement is as useless as anything in the world. It's not useful to you to answer that question. How we are there, class? It was there to intimidate you, like we always say. It is just a picture. In fact, the question has no relation with the financial statement. So I think he was a bit confused on what to ask when he wrote the financial statement. He now decided to just focus on this particular area, which is section D, finalization and reporting. And exactly what he will ask. If you check your note, you will see there, passive period and active period. That is what he asks. Passive period and what class? An active period. You know, the auditor has a date he submits his report. Abi? Then there is a date that the financial statement is authorized. Abi? And there is a date after the financial statement is what class? Is authorized. I remember, I can see myself giving illustration of what I taught in that particular area. That was what came out for 20 marking. That was it. Those three things. What happened in the active period, what happened in the passive period, and what happened after the passive period. Those are the three things that the examiner has there. Then you now add going concern. Class, I think you should be expecting going concern since after 2020 because of the pandemic. Is that clear, class? Because a lot of companies are struggling to continue as what class? As a going concern. So this is about section E. Permission to go forward. Can I move on? Then the next thing you should expect, class, is other or audit related services. Audit related service. We also call it other assurance engagement. This section was not examined. Just a bit appeared last diet, but not much. What do you expect to know in this section that appear in the exam? E-commerce, which also fall part of section C. Due diligence, social and environmental audit, all are under here, class. None of them appear last diet. Just a bit, just a small part of it, which is with e-commerce. Then we have forensic. For those who have written the exam, we know what I'm writing here. Forensic accounting. Then we have, there is one more, PFIB, prospective financial information. Among all of them, this come more. This come out more. These are the 5 key things. Please, this one also fall under this section. D, which is audit of historical financial statement, because e-commerce is online transaction. So our major challenge online transaction is lack of audit trail. Audit what class? Trail. I think you've heard of this word. If you have not heard of it before, please look at last diet question. It's there for 10 marks. Audit trail, the lack of audit trail. When people start using system, they don't keep any track that the auditor can use. Some companies don't have any book record. I hope we are there, class. Some companies don't print out anything that is contained in the system. And that is why once there is a risk of hacking, you can't find anything. The company will become useless. Have you gone to a bank where they say probably the network is having issue? Everybody is just sitting watching because they don't do anything again. We call that over-reliance on what class? On e-commerce. So when there is a lack of audit trail, what should the auditor do? We'll talk about this when we get there. And that is what appeared in the last class. To pass this exam, this is everything you need to know, these 5 sections. Again, class, the exam is not set in chapter. It is set on section. Are we there? It is set on section. So each section will be represented in the exam. Any question for me? Any question? Can I start? Okay, we don't know the name of your examiner. We used to, but now we don't. I don't know why. I've asked several times who will be setting the question this diet. And I can't say that they will get that, what's that email even saying again? We'll get back to you shortly. Up till now, shortly. I've always asked before a diet. Even last week, I resent the message again. Who are the teams that will be setting the question of audit this diet? Why do we need to know? If we know them, we now know their classes, we will now understand how did they think. I hope we are their class. Then we can now be able to produce questions that will look like them. Is that clear, class? But they will not tell us. I don't know why. ACCA usually give the names of the examiner, and he help us to predict. When you know a person, you now know how he's thinking. Then you can be able to bring a question that will suit him. Is that clear, class? That is a big issue for us. And case study are now more happier than auditors. Because they give them something called pre-scene. Abi, you can use it to even produce a question in the exam. Okay, class, let's start. So I have an issue here, class. I will not teach you flow by flow, which means I will pick the chapters at random, following your class note. I will start with the main chapter first that comes out more frequently, so that you first know that one. Is that clear, class? Then I'll go back to the other chapter that don't come out frequently. That is how I'm going to teach this particular intensity. I hope you are all right with that, class. So that I don't focus on area that don't come out, while I leave something that usually appears in the exam. Are you okay with that? So we start with chapter B, which is professional ethics. Professional ethics. Question, online student, are you there? If you are sleeping, just please try to fear God. And try to fear God. If you are sleeping online, try to fear God. Now, class, professional ethics. Let's start with a quick question. Why is ethics important? Why is ethics important? Why is ethics important? 2017, question 2. The examiner asked this question. Why is ethics important? Number one, class. Number one, it enhances credibility of the audit report. Number two, it ensures the auditor maintain professional competency and confidentiality. Number three, it protects and serves the public interest. Number four, it ensures independence. You can't find the answer to this question, why is ethics important, in any textbook, because it's a common sense question. I hope we are there, class. It is a common sense. So this is why ethics is important. This is 4, at least I'm supposed to give you 5, I will add 1. Credibility of the audit word, class, of the audit report. Credibility of the audit report. Are you listening, class? Number 2, ethics is important because it's important to maintain professional. Please, this is professional. Let me write it well. Professional competency and what, class? And confidentiality. And confidentiality. Class, the cardinal principle of a chartered accountant is to serve and protect the public interest. Is to serve and protect what, class? Anytime in your company you are not working for the protection or promotion of the public interest, you are doing your accounting wrong. I hope we are there, class. It is not in accountant to envy his client. It is our prayers. In fact, our client are our prayers. We pray they should what, class? Succeed. Are you there, class? For example, I have prayed for you, and definitely I've seen your faces, you need prayer. I hope we are there, class. So I will pray more for you. Why? If you pass class, am I not going to be promoted? You will tell others that you came to Idris class and what? You pass. Is that not a good thing? So we charge client. If my client, for example, is earning 100,000 and is paying me 10,000 naira, I think I want him to earn 1 million. Abi? Guys, if he got a contract of 1 billion, will he still pay me 10,000 naira? The no do am. Abi? And my own too will what? Increase. The more you go up, the more I move up. So it is designed that your job is to ensure that your client world class progress. That is why we say we serve and protect the public what class interests. And that is why ethics ensure that there is no conflict of interest in that. Number 4 class, it ensure what class? Independence. We'll talk about this again later. Can I move on, class? Then the code of ethics, fundamental code of ethics. It's called the ican or ISBA code of ethics. What is ISBA? ISBA means International Ethical Standard Board for Accountants. ISBA, IESBA, International Ethical World Class Standard Board for Accountants. This board prepared and issued ethical codes. All the ethical codes you know is issued by this board. For those with my class material, I'm dealing with chapter 3 of the class notes. This is where we are dealing with here. Chapter 3 of the class notes. Now, what are the codes of ethics? There are 5 codes. Again, class, is called code of ethics. There is difference between ethics and ethical. There is difference between ethics and what class? In this your exam, and take note of it. There is difference. We'll talk about that soon. So the fundamental code of ethics is 5. Is there in chapter 3 of the class note. PICO, thank you. Is there? PICO. So let's be quick. Professional behavior. Class, if I'm moving too fast for you, call my attention. I can be very fast sometimes. I know it. So if I'm moving too fast for you, call my attention, okay? Integrity, confidentiality, competency and due care, PICO, and objectivity. It's also called independency. These are the 5. What is this class? Code of ethics, also called the fundamental principle. Fundamental principle. When I look at the questions set out in 2021, that I now realize why a lot of some students will fail the exam. The issue is the verbs that the examiner keep using. How we are there, class? Some of the verbs that he's using, some of those verbs are old and outdated. I think the guys who said last year question I did old. I hope we are there, class. Some of the verbs are updated. I'll show you sample of them, and I'll tell you what they are called now. I hope we are there. So when they use some of those old verbs, it confuses students. For example, the examiner has audit strategy. He said audit strategy. This was the words that is used before in fact, before even 2018, 2014, before the IAS and IFRS become very prominent in Nigeria. The audit strategy is another word for audit approach. How we are there. So, and he mentioned that a lot of students fail. I say, why they no go fail? You call an audit strategy. Are we there? And it is also called audit what? Approach. There is a different, there is a strategic document we call overall audit strategic document. It's quite different from audit strategy as most old auditors know it. The audit strategy that the old auditor know is called audit what class? Approach. We'll talk about that when we get there. So what I'm telling you this is, I need you to understand the terminology. Professional behavior is talking about the conduct of the auditor. The word class, the conduct of the auditor. It's also called professional conduct. The conduct of the auditor, which means the auditor must act in accordance with the law. That's the meaning of professional behavior. I repeat, the auditor must act in accordance to what class? To the law. To the law. Which means his behavior, his conduct should not bring discredit to the profession. Are we there, class? Did you get me? So that's professional conduct. I will say it again. The auditor must act in accordance to what class? To the law. Act in accordance to the law. So when you are breaching the law, it's not professional. For example, where there is a red traffic light, every car stop, auditor is expected to what class? To stop, follow the laws. If you breach the law, your behavior may bring discredit to other members. Imagine the traffic warden stop you and ask, who are you? Describe yourself. Say, I'm a chartered accountant. And tomorrow you say, these are traffic breakers. Abi, you don't spoil my name. Isn't it, class? So please take note. That's the meaning of professional word. Behavior. Behave in accordance to the law. I hope you can remember this. Can I move on, class? Then the next is integrity. Integrity means to be honest and straightforward. Honesty and straightforward. Please remember the key word. Please, again, warning, class. Audit exam is not English language. You need to learn the key word to use in answering a question. It's not about you write, and you come out, you say you don't try. No be so it be. I hope we are there, class. You must write the right thing. And in every definition, there are key words, a key phrase that you are supposed to remember. Integrity means what, class? Honesty and straightforward. I don't care the remaining flesh you add inside. The word honesty and straightforward must be in your definition. So, for example, you are not allowed to fake anything. Using fictitious document, claiming experience you don't have, using certificate that you don't earn is indication of lack of what, class? Integrity. Now let's go to Are you clear with integrity? Number 3, ican stated that you must maintain confidentiality. Confidentiality means here keep the secret of your client from a third party. Keep information. Information is secret, class. Keep information of your client from third party or from anyone that should not get that information. Do not disclose your client information. Confidentiality is the heart of the ethical code. You must be able to keep secret. You can't be the type that talk, even if he talks too much, make sure you don't talk things that are relevant. Are we there? How long can I keep information confidentiality? Forever. Forever. Even when the client is no longer your client, the information must be kept what, class? From a third party. Anyone that is involved should not know this information. Are you following, class? What's your name, ma? Olamide. Okay, Madam Olamide is my friend, a close friend. She knows my secret and I know her secret. We're very close. Now we are no longer together. In fact, anytime if I see her name, I get angry. I hope we are there. I think it happened, Abi. You know, sometimes woman being there like spirit. So anytime I see, and whenever she also see Idris, she don't like it. Those information that she has told me when we are friends, I'm not allowed to disclose it now that we are no longer friends. I hope we are there, class. Just because I'm angry is not enough. If I disclose that information, she can sue me. Are you with me, class? So don't say, no, it's no longer my client. I'll tell you what happened. No, God forbid, don't tell her. Keep it to yourself. So can I breach confidentiality? Look at chapter 3 again of the class note. I gave example of BIG. What happened there? The cardinal principle of confidentiality, class, the cardinal principle is that the auditor should not tell another person's secret. Did you hear me, class? That is the fundamental principle. However, the law has agreed breach of confidentiality. Breach of what, class? Confidentiality. Breach of confidentiality on 2 circumstances or 3. Your exam study test, the old one, arrange it in 2 parts. Number 1, we have what we call mandatory breach or mandatory disclosure. Number 2, we have what we call voluntary breach. I'm using this because examiner also uses sometimes, please. The mandatory breach is subdivided into 2. We have what we call required by law. It's in your class notes. Here we have what we call is a professional duty. Class, these 2 are under what class? Mandatory disclosure. Please remember that. Required by law and professional duty. Then the voluntary disclosure is also called permitted by law. Why am I teaching you this way? Because sometimes I've seen a question where the examiner say, describe the 2 methods, the 2 conditions to breach confidentiality. I hope we are there, class. I've also seen a question where the examiner say, state the three methods that confidentiality is allowed to be breached. So you will be confused that the first one you say two methods, abi? The second one you say the three. Now when you say three, that means talking about the sub method for breach of what class? Of confidentiality, because there are three, and the real methods or types of breach of confidentiality are two. This one is mandatory. Mandatory means it is compulsory on you to disclose this information, required by law. In what situation can it be required by law? Example, if the client is involved in kidnapping, in any criminal activities, terrorism, permitted, but please, if I write anything you can't see, let me know. Now my handwriting, I can read my thing. Just ask me, I will read it out for you, so that you don't go and write nonsense, okay? Please ask me. So, required by law class, like I said, kidnapping, terrorism. Can I move on, class? Terrorism, what else again? Money laundering. Money laundering, what else? Drug, I think drug is inside, abi? Drug trafficking. What about child trafficking? You know it's common now in Nigeria. Child trafficking. Etc. Anything that is a criminal activities. Please take note. What happened when the auditor refused to disclose this type of issue? He become an accomplice to the offense. He also become a suspect. Is that clear, class? Professional duty. Here it is your duty as a professional to disclose it. It's your duty as a professional to what, class? You don't need the client permission. In these two circumstances, class, you don't need the client what, class? Permission. To require by law and professional duty. Now, when is it my duty to disclose, class? If it is required by ican. If it's required by ican, you don't need to inform the client to give ican the information. Can I move on, class? Then the next, class, if it is required by court of law. You go to the court, you are summoned by the court to serve as a witness, and the court asks you to state what happened. You say, no, I can't state this thing, no, I'm an auditor. Just you say, I know you are auditor, you are mandated by law. You even quote the section to you to keep confidential information. You say, yes, yeah, I've override it. How we are there, class? The judge has the power to override confidentiality. So you have to speak up. What happens if you refuse to speak up? Definitely we'll be visiting you in Kuje for some days. By court of law, used to defend the auditor, to defend self. You use it to defend yourself. Then you don't need the client permission to defend yourself. Can I move on, class? Permitted by the law. Class, the word permitted by the law means that the client seek. You must seek what, class? The client permission. All of you in this class, make sure you help me to make you pass this exam. Be committed. Don't attend lecture without reading. I will give you assignment. Every class I give assignment. Please try the assignment. Use your time to try your assignment. Please help me to help you to pass the exam. Please encourage me. Is that clear, class? And the only way you encourage me is by cooperating. So seek the client permission. So in what situation do I need to seek the client permission before giving? The common situation is required by regulatory authority. Required by regulatory authority. Example, class. I notice that some of you just left tax class. Tax class. In tax, there are, as a consultant, an audit firm can also be tax consultant. Abi, your client needs some, the FRS, The Federal Inland Service, Revenue Service of Nigeria requires some information from you for your client. Maybe you prepare the assessment or you compute their tax. Do I give it to FRS? No, don't give them until you get your client world class permission. Inform the client that FRS have asked for those information. And if he say go ahead, give them, you can go ahead and world class and give them. You cannot give FRS. Forget whatever you hear anywhere by law. I hope we are there, class. You are not allowed to give, not only FRS, even EFCC cannot come to my office and say I should give my client information. I will not give until I ask for what class. But if FRS or AFCC or any agency want to do it right, they can make it mandatory on me. How? By getting a court injunction. Is that clear, class? Now it has fallen under a professional duty for me to abide by what, class? By the court to give that they will obtain something called warrant. You've heard of it, have you? From the court to enable me to disclose that information. So if regulatory body require this information, class, you are required to inform your client before you give him. Any question for me? Are you clear with confidentiality? Be careful, class. Confidentiality alone can come for 10 marks. If you see the question is about confidentiality, it's for 10 marks. What do you do? Class, don't panic. Define confidentiality. I hope we are there, class. Insist that auditor is not supposed to breach confidentiality, whether during serving the client and after serving the client. Then go ahead and tell him when the auditor can breach confidentiality. Separate them and give example. This is all you need to write to get the 10 marks for what, class? For confidentiality. Even when you don't understand the question, write this one. Let him pick the one he wants. Is that clear? And then you move on. Can we move on, class? After the C, there is another C. What's that C? Competency and due care. Thank you, sir. I actually thought you were sleeping. You know, you don't stay far from me. Before when you had me, I used to observe to call your attention. Competency and due care. Now, class, what is competency? It means the auditor need to maintain professional skills and knowledge. Must maintain, that's competency. Let's finish with competency first. Auditor must maintain what, class? Up-to-date skill and knowledge. While due care means auditor must exercise cautious. Must exercise cautious when performing assignments. So due care has to do with performance of assignment, performing assignment. When performing assignments, auditor must exercise cautious when performing what, class? Assignment. That is due care. Let me bring it out here. So, class, competency has two types. An auditor must first acquire competency. We also say attain competency, and he must maintain it. When performing assignments. Oh, it's not showing? Okay. Assignments. I should scroll up, okay. Here. So class, there are two things relating to competency. For you to be able to say you are competent, you must do, two things must be there. Number one, you must acquire it. I hope we are there. Competency don't fall from heaven. It's not something you dream it. If you dream and maybe from your dream they teach you how to prepare financial statement very well, and you can prepare, you have been preparing it very well, you are a fraud. I hope we are there, class, because you have not acquired what class? Competence. So how do I acquire competency? It's not just to know it. You must get ican certification. You must get what class? ican or any other professional certification that is recognized in Nigeria for you to practice. So, and how do you become an ican member? You pass ican exam. Abi, you pass ican exam, you do 36 months of practical, Abi, experience. You now apply for induction. Your process of applying for induction, you must get attestation from someone that is working in your company. We call them internal supervisor. And you also need a reference from a mentor, someone outside that you have taken as a mentor, someone that knows what you are doing. Now, let me quickly warn you, I believe Bratton should have done this induction earlier. Let me quickly warn you, a lot of students from Bratton here always use us as their mentor. There is nothing wrong with it. You can use us, but make sure we know you, because some of us are very skeptic in signing a letter of someone we don't know. Because we know your name is not enough. I hope you get me. Some students, even when you ask them, where do you work, they're shy to tell where they work. And later they send you a letter to fill. You don't even know this person is working. I think there is a problem, Abi. So if you are taking any lecturer as your mentor, please make sure he knows where you work. So that if anything is coming to him, because I can't do call members that are signing to find out how well did you know this person. Can you really attest that he's working in that company? How we are there. So all we need is to say, yes, he works there because he has been relating to us while he's working there. So please make sure your mentor, whoever you are holding as mentor, know a little bit about you. Is that clear, class? So that is how you acquire competency, by becoming ican member. How do you acquire competency as an auditor? Getting ican certificate does not make you an auditor. Listen carefully. Getting ican certificate does not make you what class? You must work in an audit firm. That's the condition of CAMA 2020, the Buhari CAMA. Guys, Buhari CAMA means Buhari Company and Allied Matter Act, before you put me in trouble. Are we there, class? Buhari CAMA is Company and Allied Matter Act 2020. According to that act, if you look at section 404 up to the end of that particular section, was talking about who can practice as auditor. For practice an auditor, you have to acquire what class? Competency. And to acquire competency, I say you need to become ican what? Help me here, class. ican member. Are you clear with that? I think we talk about how to become ican member. You all know that process. So if the examiner talks about competency, why am I telling you all this? Because when you see 10 marks, there is more into that question than defining competency. Is that clear, class? You need to talk about everything you know relating to competency. So when I get ican member to practice as auditor, I need to work with an audit firm. Work with what class? With audit firm. Someone called me recently, I think is it yesterday? It's today morning. I wanted to apply for ican practice license. One of my old students that is chartered and has been working in a company, is the internal auditor there for years. So, in fact, even before he qualified, he was an internal auditor. So he now asked, can he, because he's an internal auditor, can he apply for certification? And when he told me, I said, this is a good ican exam question. Are you getting me? He said, I never thought of this question. Can an internal auditor apply for ican license to practice as an auditor? Are you listening, class? No, he cannot. You can only apply when you practice as external what class? Auditor. So you must work in an audit firm. You must work in what class? So if you have worked in Zenith Bank under their audit and control department, can I apply as an auditor, get a license to practice, open my firm? No. You must work in what class? External audit firm. Not necessarily a big firm. You can work in any of these our student firms here. I hope you get me, class. They are also auditors and they are licensed. You can work there for 3 years minimum. How many years? I hope you know what to say when you see something like this, Abi. No be everything you go crime. This one too you go feel remember. Now the next one is maintaining what? Competency. Let's talk about maintaining competency. How do I maintain competency? By attending MCPD, also called MCPE. It's also called NCPE. Now there is a difference between NCPD and MCPE. MCPE means mandatory continuous professional development. Did you hear me, class? MCPD means mandatory continuous professional development. Did you hear that, class? Mandatory continuous professional development. Did you hear that? Okay. MCP means mandatory continuous professional education. The difference is E and D. Continuous professional development. The other one is what? Education. Now, if you go for a training where you do practical aspect of, like these things we are teaching you now, if I wish, I can turn it practically. When we audit report, instead of you audit report, we'll write the report and produce it fully in line with ISA 700. Now that is a professional development because I'm giving you practical, I hope we are there, class, practical approach of doing it. The education is when it is more of theoretical approach. Like the way we are teaching you go for exam. This is what? Education. You know, even if it requires us to prepare like analytical review, you require Excel to prepare it. But we are not going to use Excel to prepare it in this class because we are doing education. I hope we are there, class. I will give you an idea of how to do it. You go and do it in the exam. But for practical work, you need what, class? The spreadsheet knowledge to do it. And that is what they call mandatory professional development. Any question for me? Any question? So class, this is all you need for competency. Can I move forward? The next one, we are dealing with PICO. Those of you that comes in late, madam, are you for my class? You are not for audit, okay. Those that are coming late, please let me know. We are dealing with PICO. The last one is objectivity. What is objectivity? It's also called independency. The auditor must remain a professional accountant. Objectivity means neutrality. The PA must not be biased. Let's use it that way. Must not be biased. I think that's the cardinal principle. Must not be biased and should not allow opinion of others to influence his judgment. Among all of them, class, the O is the bigger one here. Is the one that comes out more. Help me, tell me when you don't get anything I'm teaching. I won't be angry with you. I will explain it again. That's my duty. So objectivity means to be objective means you should not be biased. How we are there, class? You must be what, class? Neutral. Must not be biased and should not allow opinion of others to influence what, class? Influence his judgment or their judgment. Now, there are two things, class. The first thing examiner examine is two types of independency. I hope you know independency is also objectivity, Abi. We have independency of mind and we have independency in appearance. Now, I know you don't have time to memorize anything, but there are things you have to learn. I hope we are there, class. One of them is the definition of independency. Please try to learn it for the exam, and you can also use it after the exam. What is independency of mind? Independency of mind. What does it mean? It's a state of mind is a state of mind that permits the auditor to express an opinion without being influenced by a third party. Independency in appearance. What does it mean? Independency in appearance, what does it mean? Is the avoidance of fact and circumstances which are so significant that a well-informed third party having similar knowledge will conclude that the auditor is not objective. Class, can you see it? Is the avoidance of fact and circumstances which are so significant that a well-informed third party having similar knowledge and experience will conclude that the auditor is not what class? Objective. Why independency of mind? I say is what, student? Independence of mind. Online student, I have to stand up a bit. I've been sitting since. I hope you can still hear me. Independency of mind. I say is what? Class, talk to me. It's a state of mind. Abi? That permits the expression of an opinion without being influenced by a third party. It's a state of mind. It's an abstract. It's not something you see. It's not something you see. So how do I get this state where you can influence me? There are three things. You are right in class. There are three things. To achieve independence of what? Of mind, there are three things. Competency, qualification, experience. Competency, qualification, and what class? Experience. There are three things to achieve independence of mind. Please, again, my student, preparing for exam next month, treat each of these ethics independent of the other. P, understand it on its own. How we are there in class? Confidentiality, understand it on its own. Competency, understand it on its own. Objectivity, also understand it on its own. So the next one we are dealing is objectivity. We'll define it. We said independence of mind is a state of mind that permits what class? The expression of an opinion without being influenced by a third party. And we said to achieve independence of mind, what do we need, class? What do we need? We mentioned three things. What are they? And qualification. These three things are also called in audit exam professional judgment. They are called what, class? That's another name for them. They are called professional judgment. The examiner says, describe professional judgment. You mention what class? Competency, experience, and what? And qualification. So you may have had people who tell you that, oh, nobody can break my heart. What did they mean? That they have gotten to some level in a relationship where their heart cannot be broken. Are we there, class? That means they have experience. Are we together, class? And that means they have trained themselves not to expect too much from anybody. Is that clear, class? So that is what auditor is also saying. An auditor must be built to have independency of what? Of mind. You can't influence it. You can't bring fake news and work with the auditor. Because you ask you some questions that you can't answer. Where is it coming from? Are you getting me? What's the name of the source? Until you can be able to verify it. Now, for you to maintain professional judgment, you have to be able to get what we call professional skepticism. What do I call it, class? I'm still talking about independence of mind. You must have professional what, class? Skepticism to maintain professional judgment. Professional skepticism to maintain what? Professional judgment. So look at the two, class. Professional judgment, you say it's competency, qualification, and what? Experience. Now, professional skepticism alone has appeared before for 10 marks. Professional skepticism. So what does it mean? Professional skepticism. What does it mean? Talk to me, class. Questioning mind. It's an attitude. Please use the word attitude. Very important word there. It's an attitude of questioning mind. Thank you. Attitude of questioning mind. Can I go on, class? What it means is the predisposition for the auditor to disbelieve anything you tell him. For those of you working in a company, whatever you tell an auditor, please have it in the back of your mind that he didn't believe you. Have it in the back of your mind. He will not tell you, but he didn't believe you. Are you getting me, class? He will ask you questions. You will tell him. He will jot it down very seriously. You are happy. Take note, he didn't believe you. Trust me, he's going to verify it. Are you getting me? So be careful, don't lie. If you tell the auditor that the Nigeria GDP is 24%, he will write it down. He will go and take his laptop and verify it. That's true. You getting me? So he will believe it only when it is what, class? Verify it. So it's a predisposition to disbelieve anything unless it is otherwise verified. Did you hear what I said? Be careful, class, and tell your examiner that professional skepticism does not mean paranoia. When you see small cockroach, you say it's coming from a village. That's not professional skepticism. Are we there, class? No, that's not. You don't see small thing, you now attach it to something that is unforeseen. No. You don't believe it because based on your experience, people can make mistakes. Are we there, class? Professional skepticism does not mean you assume everybody is a thief. No. Examiner has asked that question in quote limited. It does not mean that the auditor approach audit by thinking all the staff and the management are criminal or fraud is being perpetrated. No, we don't think like that. We approach audit thinking that people are humans and they can make mistakes. Are you getting me? So why we don't believe it because we know you may have made a mistake. Maybe the data you give is the one you hear last year. Are you getting me? Something may have changed this year. So we try to verify it to be sure. So again, class, independency of mind is a state of what, class? Mind. Can we see it, class? But the auditor can perceive it. Then the next is independency in appearance. What do we say is independence in appearance? It's the avoidance of fact and circumstances. Fact and circumstances that are so significant. So what, class? You underline that word, so significant. So significant. So significant. That a well-informed third party having similar knowledge will conclude that the auditor is not what, class? Is not objective, is not independent. You need to avoid some. This is practical, this is real, this is real. Class, let's say Bratin is owned by my dad, and I am the auditor of Bratin. And my friend, Idris and Co, is also auditing another firm which is owned by, or not a company owned by Mohammed Idris. Are you following, class? So I'm the auditor of Mohammed Idris Nigeria Limited, and my firm is Idris and what, class? And Co. Class, are you sure I will be independent? Do I appear to look like a person that will be independent? Eh? No, I didn't. Let's say you watch on national television, you're tuning the television, you saw the CEO of Zenith Bank giving a gift of a Homer Jeep to an audit partner. You know, I said, that's a very good gesture. Who is this person that is collecting the gift? They said, is their audit partner. And audit partner, which they say that friend that is giving him the car. Plus, did he appear to be independent? No. Is the action, independency of appearance is what class? Is the action, is what you do that make us think you are not what class? Independent. Why will you as an engagement partner marry the CEO of your client? Is that okay, class? It's not okay. You need to look at it that he cannot appear to work class, to be independent. You dey collect gift, you go there, you eat anyhow. Is that okay, class? Hospitality, eh? So many of them. So independency of appearance is an action. Are you following me, class? Why independency of mind is what? An abstract. It's a belief. People already assume that the auditor will be independent. That is independence of what class? Of mind. It's an abstract. It's a belief that because you are a chartered accountant, you should be independent. You should be objective. People come to you. What is your say? It's a belief that you are a chartered accountant, you should be what class? Independent. But for independency in appearance, it's your action. Collecting gift, investing in your client company, charging low money. We talk about all these things. Over depending on your client, socializing with your client, having relationship with your unnecessarily. Every time and you go to celebrate their children's birthday, and now your client, and you get in and you are their auditor, and you want us to believe that you are what class? Remember, it's not about you now. I said a third party, someone outside looking at you that has the same experience without your independence. Is that clear, class? Can we move on, class? Then don't confuse two things, class. Don't confuse two things. Still on independency, class. On independency / objectivity. For your example, purpose, don't confuse it. We'll look at question now that will tell us. There is something we call conflict of interest. And there is something we call threat to objectivity. Conflict of interest arise. This arise when one, the audit firm is in direct competition with the client. With the assurance client. Class, I'll be using the word assurance client here in line with ISBA. Assurance client. Assurance client means the customer, AC. Number two, conflict of interest also arise when the audit firm, instead of calling audit firm, I'll call him the assurance firm. That is the correct word used by the ISBA. When the assurance firm is, we also call it AF in our note. When the assurance firm is auditing two or more companies that are into competition, that are in competition. Or rivalry. With one another or with each other. Now, class, there are two-way conflict of interest with arise. How do I know this question is about conflict of interest? The requirement may not say so. Sometimes the requirement can give you a clue. Sometimes the requirement will be silent. Conflict of interest arise only on two scenarios. One, the audit firm is selling what the client is selling. I hope we are there, class. For example, I'm the auditor of Bratton. I also have one tuition. You know, Bratton do tuition providing, Abi, for ACC and ican. I also have a tuition providing for ACC and ican in Lube, and I'm auditing Bratton. There is a danger here that I can be diverting Bratton students to my school. Abi, that is called conflict of interest. Then number two, conflict of interest may arise when I'm auditing two or more world-class companies that are in competition or rivalry with each other. Class, for it to be more serious, the examiner will declare that company, you are the auditor of company A and company B, or you are the auditor of company B, company A now invites you to be their auditor. And they told you specifically that we are calling you to be our auditor because you are the auditor of B. I hope you get me. Which means they are becoming your friends because you are the friend of what class? So their expectation, so that they'll be getting the secret of B. It has a direct link with confidentiality. So take note, this is another sample of conflict of interest. When a question on conflict of interest comes in the exam, what is the examiner expectation? You must talk about the safeguard of conflict of interest. Talk about what class? Safeguard. So what are the safeguards? Now again, for me to make it clear, the ican code did not prohibit you to work for clients that are into competition. How it does not also prohibit the auditor from working for a client that he is into competition with them. Are you getting me? However, the auditor must set out a safeguard. Number one safeguard, inform both parties. Inform both parties. Online student, are you there or you are sleeping?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Why, yes, sir.
Don't sleep, oh. Don't sleep. Inform both parties. Number two, get or obtain a letter, a consent letter from both parties. Very important, because this may lead to professional liability later. Number three, use separate team. I prefer that should come number three. Use separate team. Number four, sign confidentiality agreement. Sign confidentiality agreement. Be careful. This confidentiality agreement is among team members. Audit team. Number five, train staff. Train staff training. Here you need to train your staff to be aware of danger of breach of confidentiality. Number six, maintain adequate records. Number seven, perform quality audits. Again, class, do not confuse this with threat to objectivity. Don't, please. Perform quality audits. Class, I think it's time we look at some questions before we leave. Open chapter 3. You all have the class note. If you don't have the class note, get it. If you can't get it, sit close to someone that does, please. Sit close to someone that does. If you have left your own at home, that's very wrong. It's not supposed to be an
How do we get
ostentation.
the class notes?
So I'll open it for those online. If you don't have the class note, I'll open it here. But please get it is from the school. Get it from the school. And it's not for free. Don't go and say, Idris, say, give me. However, if you don't have the money to get it, please, you can ask them to give you, pay them later, please. Okay, class, and those who don't have it here, but you have the Pathfinder, open last diet November 2020, question 1. November 2020, question 1. November 2020, question 1. In the class note is there. Let me open the page quickly for you. If you are using the old version, please look at chapter 3. At the end of it, there are questions. There are the questions there if you are using the old version, which means you got yours probably last diet. If you are using this one, it's on page 64. The question is called Dat and Co. ican March and June 2020. It's also displayed in the screen, 64. Page 64. If yours is from last year, I don't know if the question is there, but let me help you check. Please, chapter 3, just go to the end. All questions are at the end of the chapter. You see? How is 64? Okay. This is the last one. Okay. Page 50, those who have. Look at this before. Are we all in the same page? You see this one? Okay. I hope we are all on the same page. So you see your own. You have it as online student. The question is also displayed, and you can also get it from the Pathfinder. You can see it's past exam question. I can match question number 1. Question number 1. Before we look at the ican number 7, can we quickly glance at number 6? Just close to number 7, there is number 6 there. How? Did you see that?
Oh, sorry, which one? Which one are we doing? Ican what? Question what?
This is a question on the screen now. Can you see my screen, ma? I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, ican March, June 2020.
Yes, it's there. Look at it here. I just say before we do this one, let's do this one, number 6. Can you see number 6 close to 7? The questions are numbered.
Yeah, sure.
So that's the one I'm talking about. Question number 6, HAP Limited. Please look at it. Look at the screen. Are we all there? I'm reading class. Explain the safeguard which your firm should implement to ensure that the conflict of interest is what class? I have not seen any question on conflict of interest less than 10 marks. I've not seen any. I hope we are there, class. Even the one of last 2 years, you see that. So let's read the body and see what is it about. Can I go on? HAP Limited. HAP Limited. Can I move on? HAPCO is also on the screen. You can just look it up here if you don't have the class notes. HAPCO is a new audit client of your firm, Lera & Co. The finance director of HAP informed the audit partner at a recent meeting that the company reason for appointing Lera & Co. as auditor was because the audit their audit other company in what class? You see the statement, Abi, in the same industry, including HAP main world class competitor. The finance director has asked how Lera & Co. keeps what class? Confidential. How Lera & Co. keep information obtained during the audit confidential. The question says explain safeguard. So how do I answer this question to get the whole 10 marks? Start by defining confidentiality. Tell the examiner how does confidentiality, conflict of interest. Tell the examiner exactly what I gave you here is what I expect you to produce for the examiner. Are you with me, class? Tell him that conflict of interest arise when the audit firm is in direct competition with what class? With the assurance client. It also arises when the assurance firm is auditing two or more companies that are in competition or rivalry with each other. Then you now go down and give the safeguard. Is that clear, class? You give now, how many safeguard do you give? Minimum of 5. Minimum of 5. You can give more than that, no problem, but don't give less than 5. So, and what are the safeguard class? Inform what? Number 2, obtain letter from both parties. Number 3, do what? Number 4, do what? Confidentiality agreement. Number 5, train audit staff. Shall we? Please take note, these are audit staff. It's not the client staff you are training. Audit staffs. Number 6, maintain adequate record. Number 7, quality audit. Mention some of these things and any other things that you think will enhance confidentiality, like increasing monitoring and supervision. I didn't even mention that. That will also help. I mean, monitor the team while they were performing the audit. Perform review. All this can be done to enhance confidentiality. Now, class, in question 7, that and co. Look at the question. Typical question on ethics. Typical question on ethics. I'm reading. Can I move on, class? From the scenario above, discuss the ethical and other professional world class issue raised and recommend any world class which should be what? Taken in respect of. Now, when the examiner says from the scenario above, there is another way he can ask that question. Identify can replace from the scenario above. Are you listening, class? Identify. If you look at question number 1, go up. Leave this one, go up, class. Go up. Question 1 is called Baker and Co. Did you see in that class note you are holding? Question 1 is called Baker and Co. Look at the requirement. I need you to see it. Go up. They are numbered. They are numbered. Have you seen Baker and Co? Look at the requirement to its ethics question. Identify. You didn't say from the scenario above. Anytime you see identify, it means from the scenario above. Are you listening, class? Identify and explain. Go back to number 7. Did he say and explain? From the scenario above, what did he say? Discuss. That's another name for what, class? Explain. Now, identify must come from the scenario. And Kelly, stop sleeping. It's haram. And stop sleeping. Are we there, class? Identify or from the scenario above must come from the scenario. You have to pick it from the question. You can pick the whole phrase from the question. You can rephrase the question, it's allowed. Then discuss or explain must come from your knowledge. It must come from where, class? Your knowledge. Now, we'll come back to this question after the break, but let's go back to question 7. Are you with me here? Are you with me? Go to question 7. Question 7, I'm reading the requirements. My student, pay attention to the requirement. It said discuss the ethical. Did you say the ethics or ethical? That means threat to objectivity. That means what, class? That is ethical. Threat to object. He didn't say discuss ethics. If you say discuss ethics, that is PICO. P-I-C-C what, class? Please, for those of you that are writing the exam, focus on what I'm teaching you. This is surface. The one I've not taught you yet, which I will teach you. Okay? Oh, we are there, class. Ethical is surface. I will give you that mnemonic too. Then he said, and what? And what? Now, if you took the Perfender question that you downloaded, the answer there was not completed. And of course, the examiner ican has put a disclaimer there that that answer is just a suggested. Are we there, class? That answer is not completed because the question only answer ethical. It did not answer other professional. What do we mean by other professional? Other professional issue. Here, the examiner is talking about general things that can affect the auditor professionalism, including confidentiality, including competency, including professional behavior. Are we there, class? Including integrity, including obtaining work, including advertisement, everything that will affect the auditor world class It's a very wide answer. Professional issue. So which one will I know to pick? Experience will teach you better. I think we say experience is very important, Abi. So how do I get the experience? By don't sleep in the class. Start with that one. Don't sleep where class in the class because I will give you the experience you need to answer the question. Is that clear, class? So professional issue, which means this question contains other things that are not only ethical issue, that are not only threat to what class, to objectivity. Now we may have read the whole question, but I don't want us to because we'll come back to it. I just want you to tell me about one of them because the question listed 4 companies. Dotun Limited. Did you see that? Kate Nigeria Limited, Bucket Group, and Dalladi World Class Limited. Now there is something I skip before I forget. The question say and recommend what? Any action. Did you see that? It means safeguard. 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 So I want us to focus on Dalladi. Can someone read Dalladi for me? If you have missed this class, you may not know what Dalladi is talking about. But the fact that God guides you to come to my class, you will know it. Now read it, let's hear.
Dalladi Nigeria Limited is an audit plans of your firm. The management team of the company has asked you to perform a valuations of the shares of another audit plan, Marco Nigeria Limited, with a view to buying the entire shareholding.
Please, sir, I hope you guys look at what you just said. You should perform valuation of another one. That means the person they were asking to go and back is your own client. And then that is also a client of your firm. Are you watching, class? Go ahead, sir.
Marco Nigeria Limited is a private company whose shares are owned entirely by the original founder,
Mrs. Janet Marco.
Mrs. Janet Marco.
Now, class, if I give you some of your solution on this particular question, you will understand that if you have actually passed what is this diet, it was actually God's grace. And if you see the nonsense some of you wrote here, some of you are talking about threat, self-interest, and there is familiarity. I don't know where I want to see her. I hope we are there, class. Where is familiarity here, class? There is no. It is a conflict of. It is a conflict of interest. You are asked to agree or value another of your client company by another client. That is conflict of what, class? Interest. So how do I answer the question? You start by telling the examiner that the request by Dalladi Nigeria Limited will give rise to conflict of interest. You must identify the issue. Anytime you are asked a scenario that is not directly related to the requirement, identify the issue. Step 1, tell him where it is being questioned. You say the request by Dalladi Nigeria Limited to value the share of Marco Abi will give rise to what? Conflict of interest. You have identified. You get 1 mark for that. Step 2, define conflict of interest. Step 2, what did I say you should do? So you now go ahead and tell this, you give a paragraph. Don't continue from where you stop. Use paragraph in class. Paragraphing made it easy for markers to understand what you are writing. Don't keep writing. Don't do what an examiner of PCC called junk writing, where you are writing without stop. You keep writing, you are busy writing. Please be giving paragraph. Is that clear, class? So the next step I say you should do what? Define conflict of interest. You now say conflict of interest is a situation where the auditor or arise when the auditor or the perform audit for a client that is in direct competition. Or it arises when the auditor audits clients that are into competition or rivalry with each other. You have the note there. I'm only guiding you how to answer it. How we are there, class? That is the second thing. Then number 3, class, you now bring the safeguard. You bring what? The safeguard. So please don't forget. In answering this Dalladi, the first thing I say you should identify the issue. That's step 1. Identify the issue. And the issue here is what? Conflict of interest. Step 2, what did I say you should do? Define the issue. Step 3, provide safeguard or fact. Safeguard or fact. We'll use this method again when we go to section 1. So these are the 3 things, class, that you are supposed to do or to apply. My student, can I move on? So you've seen that Ladi limited. That's the answer. What I gave you now, you copy. If you already have it in your head, please download it for the examiner. Only when conflict of interest appeared in that exam. Is that clear? Please learn to ask you. What's your question? Ask me question. Question? I should go on? You've not said what? You've not related. Okay. Let me show you. Now, you remember what we say is conflict of interest. We say an auditor is auditing a client that he is in direct competition with that client, or the auditor is auditing 2 companies that are into competition or rivalry. Now, in Daladi Limited, Daladi is our audit firm. It's our client. According to the question, it said Daladi Nigeria Limited is an audit client of your firm. That means they are your clients. That the management of Daladi Limited asks you to perform valuation of a share of another audit client. So Daladi is asking you to go and value another firm shares, which normally should just be other services that you are doing for them. But the problem here is that that company that are asking you to go and value their share, they are also your audit client. I think that's, yes, that makes it 2 companies that are your client are asking you to do work that we connect the 2 of them together. So it is possible that the Mokum did not know this proposal that the lad is giving you. In fact, the lad even came to tell you in your face that he is giving you this because he's aware that you are I think he mentioned something like that. Okay, no, that he's intending to buy with a view to buy the entire shareholding. Are we there, class? And Mokun Nigeria Limited is a privately owned share which are entirely owned by the original funder. Now, why are you valuing the share? Another big problem. He wants to acquire Mokun. It's possible that Mokun management did not even know that lad is planning to acquire them. If you have not done SFM, you will do it later. May God help you. I hope we are there. Now, when you get to SFM, there is a chapter called merger and acquisition. A merger, you know that a company can merge or acquire another company without the company even knowing. You know, when you're acquiring company, you don't need the management to know. You need only the shareholders. I hope you know some shareholders don't work in a company. Abi? If I want to acquire Bratin, I will not ask Bratin CEO. I will just look who are the owners, shareholders of Bratin. Maybe some of them are in the village. I'll follow them and buy the share. I will just come here and rent the building and serve the management. Is that clear? So this is a conflict of interest. Why? Because the 2 companies in question are your client. And the person asking you to do this job is also your client. So how do you do this job? Even if Moku say we are aware that the lady want to acquire us, it's not enough for you as auditor. So follow the procedure. And what do you do? Number 1, we say you should do what? Notify both parties. So inform Moku that the lady has asked you to value their share. I hope you get me. For so reasons, inform both parties. I'm your client, and this is the job I was asked to do for you. If that, first inform that lady before you inform Marco. Common sense will have tell you to do that because that lady is the one giving you. You now tell the lady that, are you aware I'm also the auditor of Marco? If you say yes, then I'm obliged to tell Mokun about this your proposal. Are you okay with it? If you say, why not, go ahead. Then you now tell Mokun, call them, the management on phone, that lady has offered me a job that I intend to take to value your share. Do you have problem with it? Say, no, we don't have. We are where they want to buy it. Please help us. We even prefer you do it. I think both of them has given you consent, Abi. But is that enough? No. What do you do, number two? No, number two. Issue and obtain a consent letter. Let each of them sign agreement. Sign your letter. Your letter should be brief and direct. This is just to bring your attention our earlier discussion that I will be preparing valuation for your company as requested by MOPU. Please acknowledge that you consented. I hope we are there, class. Then they will sign on that. This one too will sign. Keep your copy in case of any court issue later.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Scenario.
This is exam. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. An exam we did.
Yes. And if you can identify, when you identify everything, is it possible you can say, oh, you can write all this in that you have already notified Leland and Marco there?
Okay, I should not write when I'm writing in the exam. I should say I have already notified. No, don't use that word. It looks like you've done it already. I think it may be too dangerous. You should just tell the examiner that this is what you are going to do. Obtain consent. Don't say you have done, unless the scenario say you have done all these things. And it doesn't sound like an exam scenario for them to say you have done it. The question should be asking what you need to do. Is that clear, class? No, then. If the other party say they don't want what? Sorry. Like if the that we call that high risk client. It came out last night actually. Then do not go ahead with the job. Are you getting me? Don't do the evaluation service for them. You know you are still working for the other client, doesn't stop it. But don't do the evaluation service for them. If they say they don't want it to, do not go ahead with the job. Any other question? Class, the idea here is for you to see how conflict of interest has appeared before. Is that clear? We'll still come back to solving more questions, but we are not ripe to solve a full question yet. Sorry, which one? Okay. The question you asked, that if they say they don't want you to do other job, okay, how does it become trade? It could be anyway. If they did not agree that, okay, that means the examiner now give you more information. You know you are not supposed to infer these things that you are telling me. I hope you know, Abi. Your answer should remain what I gave you in this class. I hope you got what I gave you, Abi. Don't add, don't reduce. Give him the way I give you. But if the question change, that is mean the examiner moderate this question to say that part of the audit responsibility is to get notice of consent. Now the examiner is telling you that part of the audit responsibility to perform work for two clients is to get notice of consent. And you have applied for the consent, it is not given. Discuss the professional issue. Ethical and professional issue. There are ethical issues truly. There will be intimidation threat. I hope we are there, class. There will be what, class? Intimidation. But there are more of professional issue here. Professional issue here is that the client has told you don't do this job for them. So what do you do? Please apply your own senses now. Will you go ahead and do job that you and do the job? Or you can resign as their auditor. You can resign. The person that tell you don't, if Moku say, no, we don't want you to do the evaluation. Than the money they are paying you for their auditor and they are arrogant. Are you getting me? Then you can just cut off with them, disengage with them, continue your work class. I think when you disengage, you can now work with clear conscience. I mean, that's what we go on there. Next question, class. Online student, if you have question, ask. Don't stay silent. I'm already suspecting that you are sleeping.
Yes, sir. Right with you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Question.
Okay, online, I'm coming 1 minute.
uphold the threat of objectivity. That is,
Which one? Is it the Daladi that we just finished?
not that line.
Okay, the other ones. Okay, when we get there, we cross that bridge so that we don't miss it all. Yes. Okay, thank you. I love that question, especially for those doing audit for the first time. Using separate team is what we call create a Chinese wall. Please write it that way. Create a Chinese wall. Create a Chinese wall. Class, obviously, from the name you should know there is a method used more in China. Create Chinese wall. Now, class, this ethic code, this ethical code, this is the code of ethics. There are two ways of implementing it in some country. In some country, it is a rule-based approach. Rule-based simply means this code we mentioned, it is a rule that you must follow them. I hope we are there, class. In some country, it is a principle-based approach. Principle-based simply means that you are required to follow it, but not mandatory, which means where following it may be too difficult for you, you can decide to keep it one side. Are you following? One of the countries that apply the principle-based approach is Chinese. In China, it is a principle that an audit firm should not perform audit of a client where it has shares or where it has any conflict of interest or threat to objectivity. However, they can use a separate team as a safeguard. Separate team simply means that, for example, I can use my subsidiary or branch in Lagos to audit Moku. How we are there, class? I use my branch in Abuja to audit Daladi. I think I have used separate people. They don't know each other. I will make sure they don't know each other. No assignment will bring them together. That is a good safeguard. Chinese does this a lot. In China, you can prepare financial statement for your client and go and audit it. You know it's against ethical code, Abi. But how does Chinese do it? Because their firms are usually very large. They use separate team. Separate team. They don't know each other. In fact, you don't even know, you that you're performing the audit, you don't even know it's your firm that is performing that audit. In ican, it's even suggested that you can use even separate company, register a company that will be handling those kind of other assurance for you. Are you getting me? So that is what we mean by separate audit team. Is that clear? Online students, someone went to ask a question. Can you go on, please? Someone want to ask a question. Can you go on? Or I should go on?
Yes, sir. You were talking about the professional issues of downloading.
Yes.
I didn't get the.
We say it gives rise to conflict of interest. It gives rise to conflict of interest. What I just taught you now. And I also guide you on how to answer the question, this Danladi, because the question is not very clear on which part of the syllabus is being examined. I gave you 3 steps to answer the question. I said step 1, identify the issue, which means identify that it is conflict of interest. The first paragraph in your answer question in the exam must clearly state to the examiner that this issue arising from the scenario is a conflict of interest. Class, I don't mind if you use capital letter to write it. Let him see that you have identified it is conflict of interest. That NU in math. Because the question itself did not tell you which area of the syllabus this is coming from. So that's the first thing. Then number 2, I say you should define the issue, which means define conflict of interest. Then step 3, provide safeguard of fact. If it is conflict of interest, provide the safeguards. Are we good to go, class? Precious, what are you people doing? Are you doing a group discussion in my class? I think you should look for another place. It's giving me a headache. Your noise is affecting me seriously. Help me, please. Look for any other class and use, okay? For your group discussion. But if you want to read quietly, no problem. So, somebody want to ask a question? Shall I go on? Okay, now class, let's go on. Threat to objectivity. This is surface. Surface. Service, S stand for what? Self-interest threats. Advocacy threats. Familiarity threats. Intimidation threats. We need to do this, then we go on break. Self-review threats. Can I explain, class? Okay. Self-interest. Class, always have in your imagination that Pico is the good guy, Surface is the bad guy. I hope we are there, class. Pico is good because he has a good professional behavior, he has integrity, he's confidential, and he is what again? Competent, and he's also very objective. But Surface is very bad. Why? Surface, number one, is self-interest. Self-interest. That's very selfish. That's the meaning of self-interest. Advocacy, he talks too much. Familiarity, everybody is his friend. Intimidation, he can threaten people. Self-review, he always praise himself. Are we there, class? So this is surface. Self-interest means selfishness. When you try to protect your interests. Are we there? So let's write it down. Self-interest threat is a situation when the auditor or where the assurance firm is trying to protect directly or indirectly financial or non-financial interests in the client company, in the assurance client. We call it AC. AF means assurance firm. That means the audit firm. Example, how do I know there is self-interest threat? How do I identify it in a question? Number one, gift and hospitality. If you see gift in the question, there is what class? Self-interest. Number two, contingent fee. Contingent fee is a fee that depends on some certain outcome, some certain future outcome. Number three, lowballing. Lowballing is also self-interest threat. Is where you charge fee that is significantly what? Low compared to the market rate. Can I go on, class? Number four.
So what's that? Low what?
Lowballing, like in football.
Okay, balling.
Lowballing is when you charge significant low fee. Significant low fee. In comparison to the market rates. Four, loan to or from the client. If there is a loan from or to the client, this is what class? Self-interest threat. Number five, investment in client company. Market rates. Market rates. Did you get that? Investment in client company. Can I move on, my students? Sorry? Balling. Ball. Let me write this thing well. Maybe the B is not clear or the A. Low balling. Number six, class. Equity share capital in the client company. Thank you. Equity share capital. Class, these are some few examples of a situation where we have self-interest threat. Number 2 is A, advocacy. Go ahead, you say it? Okay. Advocacy threat is a situation where the auditor is trying to protect. It's a situation where the auditor, where the assurance firm, use assurance firm, where the assurance firm try to protect or promote the interest of the client. Yes, ma'am? Lowballing? Is it really self-interest? I didn't get the question. Yes, an example, yes. How does it? Okay, I will tell you that. I will explain. Let me finish. Protect or promote the interests of the client. Example again. How do I know there is advocacy threat in the exam question? How do I know? We are going back to that and co very soon. And other tough questions that are even more tougher than that. How do I know? Number 1, class. Number 1, there will be advertising for the client. Advertising for the client. You are their auditor. We now saw you on Bratin T-shirt as the auditor client. Now your picture there. I think it's very disturbing. Abi, you will not appear to be independency. Representing the client, the assurance client, a seeming assurance client before a third party. Serving as audit committee member or other director. Number 4, recruitment. Doing recruitment for the client will give rise to advocacy threat, recruitment services. Again, class, this will also give rise to self-interest. Is that clear, class? So advertising for the client, socializing with the client. Socializing with the client. There is an ACCA question where the examiner asks ACCA student, in fact, he didn't even make it sound like if the thing is bad. He said the wedding of the engagement partner and the finance director was very successful. That was what the examiner said. He kept quiet. Now, class, you should know the implication. An engagement partner married the finance director. I think there is an issue, Abi. It will give rise to what, class? Advocacy threat. In fact, all the threats. All the threats. Definitely. No one is safe. Can I move on, class? Okay, let me quickly answer your question. You said, how does lowballing? Actually, lowballing, clearly, the ican code stated clearly that lowballing is a self-interest threat. Why? Because if you are not careful, you want to protect your interest. When you charge low, I hope we are together, class. When you charge low, your objectivity is already impaired. Because number 1, there is a tendency that you may not do that job happily. You'll be thinking that you have been underpaid. I hope we are there, class. And that is why one of the key safeguards for lowballing is quality of the work must not be affected. Imagine they are paying 300 or 500,000 for the job. You say you can do it for 20,000 or 50,000. You know, even you too, say you know charge well, Abi, but because you want to deter others from getting the job. Now, tell me when you are doing the job, The client now asks you that, you did not audit and go to our Calabar branch. You now start quarreling for how much? And now you collect 50,000. They no force you. So that is why lowballing is very, very dangerous. You put your interest when accepting lowballing, you put your interest first, and that is wrong. Please take note of the definition of self-interest. I said the auditor is trying to protect, his financial or non-financial interest. And look at the definition of advocacy that I gave you. I said the auditor is trying to protect what? The client interest, the assurance client interest. What is it telling you? Auditor is not supposed to protect his interest, and is not also supposed to protect who class? Why? He has to be objective. Objective means what? Neutrality. You are not for them, you are not against them. You are just there. Is that clear, class? That is what we are trying to promote here. The next thing, class. Surface. What's the next thing? Familiarity threat. Familiarity threat. Familiarity threat is a situation where the auditor has close relationship. It's a situation where the auditor has what, class? Close relationship. Where the assurance firm has close relationship. Now, students used to confuse these. They think that it's close business relationship. No, any relationship at all. Are we there, class? Close relationship with who? With who? With the assurance client. With the assurance client. Now, example of familiarity. Number one, we have joint arrangement. Number two, we have gift and hospitality. I hope you remember gift and hospitality is self-interest. It can also give rise to familiarity threat. Socializing with client, thank you, which is advocacy, will lead to advocacy. It may also definitely lead to socializing with client, will also definitely lead to familiarity threat. Class partnership. This joint arrangement can also be called partnership. Marriage relationship. Sorry? Dating. And that's okay, marriage or dating, Yes, that can also definitely lead to it. And the class, that threat is very serious of dating a client. Very, very serious. The only safeguard is for you, especially if there is marriage, the only safeguard is divorce or you disengage. Actually, I'm not making it up. That's the only safeguard. Either you divorce or you disengage. You leave that firm. If you prefer the money than the husband or wife, then you divorce. I hope we are there, class. If you prefer the husband or wife than the work, you disengage. So that one is your decision, but you have to do something. The next class.
So I have a question.
Family company. Online, are you saying something?
You have a question.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
So if we're giving a scenario and we see something like gift and hospitality, we can say it gives it gives rise to self-interest threats and familiarity threats, right?
Definitely. Give rise to self-interest threat, familiarity threat, and even intimidation threat. It does give rise to intimidation threat. Have you received a gift where you cannot sleep? You are wondering what the person wants. How we are there, class? Is that not intimidation? So gift can give rise to intimidation threat too. Yes, it does. Class, the next one is I. In class, there are many more. I only give you the ones that are common in exam question. Intimidation threat. It's a situation where the auditor is directly or indirectly threatened by the client. By the assurance client. Example of intimidation threat, we have blackmail. The auditor has been blackmailed. For example, you kidnap his family member that until he give you certain opinion. Number two, giving the auditor deadline. Thank you. Giving the auditor deadline. Number three, we have litigation. Class, one of the common one in your exam is litigation by the client. The client is suing the auditor in a court firm. That will give rise to intimidation. How can you audit someone that call police to you? Imagine one of you, my student here, we have a police case together. And when you come to class, now notice this is the lecture. You want to leave the class, even if it's important to you. I can't stay in this class. Anytime I see him, I remember when he bring police to me. Abi? So it creates a lot. Class number 4, also common, is second opinion. Second opinion. Second opinion is good. The ICAN code says it's not bad. Second opinion is where your client asks another auditor to perform the audit that you have already done. That means to give another report, which means it's doubting the work that you have done. It's a threat to objectivity, class. It's an intimidation threat. No matter how you see it, class, you feel intimidated. I hope we are there, class. However, I can say you should not feel bad because unless you didn't do a good job, the second auditor will even be relying on some of your work. I hope you get me, class. At the end, if the second auditor arrives at the same conclusion with you, class, next year when this guy call you, I think you will increase your price. You increase your price. Now you again, but sir, this time now 5 million. And last year you took 500,000 because he doubted you last year. Now you charge him high. I can say it helps you more. At the end, if the conclusion is the same with your own, it adds credibility to your own opinion. Is that clear, class? So second opinion can be a big intimidation threat. Class, gift can be intimidating too. A material gift can be intimidating. Imagine your client bought you a big house in London. So you have an issue. You are the auditor. I think it's an intimidation too. Now, if you reject it, you may be scared that there may be issue around. He may set you up. Can I go on, class? Okay, class, there is another thread that here you have to see it. Limitation of scope. It started coming out recently as part of ethical threats. Limitation of scope. Limitation of scope is where you could not get evidence. The client stopped you from getting evidence. So limitation of scope caused by the client is a sign of intimidation threat. You need some invoices. The client said, I'm not giving. We are not giving it. How we are there, class? Is that not a threat to you? It's definitely a big threat to you. Last but not the least, class, is what? Self-review threat. Self-review threat. What is self-review? It's a situation where the auditor is evaluating work that he helps to perform. It's a situation where the auditor is evaluating work that he helps to perform.
Sir, please, can you the number
Sorry,
3 of
increase your voice.
intimidation?
You said?
Sorry, intimidation threat, one of the examples, the number 3 example.
Number
I can't
3.
see what you wrote.
Litigation. Is it number 3?
Yes, litigation.
Litigation.
Okay.
like court case with the client. Okay, it's a situation where the audit firm is evaluating or auditing work that, let me use that helps to perform, to prepare. Example class of self-review threads. Number one example class is valuation, preparing financial statement. Preparing financial statement for the client. Number two, maintaining book of account for the client. Valuation services, Kelly, for the client. Thank you, sir. Valuation services for the client. Number four, IT. Wow, this is very common. IT services for the client. Number five, tax services for the client. Number six, secondment. Secondment is also called temporary staff assignment. Secondment. Secondment gives rise to a lot of professional issue, a lot of practice management issue. Secondment. Class secondment means temporary staff assignment, where you send one of your audit staff to work in the client company. Are we there, class? For a period of time. It's very, very common. It's called secondment. Is that clear, class? Is to what? Making decision. What kind of decision? What kind of decision? Like a director? That's why it is. That's why it is a threat. You know? It make a management decision. Don't you know some decision become money? In fact, all money are even outcome of decision. I hope we are there. So although it depends anywhere, the threat depends on the actual work of that particular staff. But if the staff is involved in accounting, the threat is higher than when it's not directly involved in account department. So when you talk about management decision, it depends. The ican code of ethics specifically prohibits secondment of an audit staff to work in any strategic position, like a director. Directors are strategy. They decide on the future of the organization. It is not allowed. Secondment also to play a role of hiring and firing of management staff or account staff is also not allowed. I hope we are there, class. There are practice management to secondment. Please write this down. Practice management to secondment. I'm deviating a bit. Anytime you see secondment, it gives rise to a serious practice management issue. And what is practice management? That is the next chapter we'll be looking at. Is that clear, class? And what are the practice management issues? Number one, loss of competent staff. Number two, possible loss of reputation. Please put this, it will come in handy. Possible loss of reputation. Loss of reputation. Sorry, you're saying something? One supervision? For, okay. Okay, but how? How exactly? Explain yourself. Maybe when you explain it will be clearer to my mind. Audit junior, okay, in secondment, okay, maybe you're talking about loss. we can look at it this way, that permanent loss of staff, that is more likely. I will explain this when we resume from our break. Permanent loss of staff. I hope, class, you know what secondment means. Most time, audit firm can be asked to send their staff to go and work for a client. Are you getting me? This is what is happening, class, in real life. Let's say one of our clients is NNPC. The accountant for NNPC retired or left, or these days the Nigeria are living for abroad. He left for abroad. NNPC needs someone quickly to cover that role before they recruit someone from outside. So they can ask for our service to send one of our staff, very common, to fill that shoe maybe for 6 months or 3 months before they recruit a competent staff to cover up. Now that person we seconded, we sent to cover for us there is a danger that when he returns, especially if he knows the job very well, when he returns, we may put him among the audit team that are going to audit the same NNPC. Class, I hope you are thinking what I'm thinking, Abi. When you get there, class, and all of us with him goes there, there are a lot of threats for secondment. Number one, you'll be meeting one of his own colleagues, Abi. When he comes, they say, hey, boy, you don't come. Is that not familiarity threat? Familiarity is already established on ground. Number two, if during the audit we discover mistake committed by this staff, are we likely to report? Remember, it's one of us, Abi. So this is one of the major issues we have in secondment. Now, what is the practice management? What do we mean by practice management? If you check your section, I say practice management is a section of this exam, and it is directly linked with ethics in your exam at your level. It's not examining that way at the skill level. Is that clear, class? Practice management is talking about business acumen here. How do we run a business practice, a consulting firm? Now, one of the dangers of seconding a staff to go and work for your client is that you may incur loss of what? Competent staff. Let's say that person you are sending is one of your best hands, and you've now sent him to go and work for that client who will cover up for the assignment that is handling right now. I think you'll be in a problem, Abi. This is what we call practice management. It's not ethical here. This is professional issue. Are you with me, class? Number two, we say possible what, class? Loss of reputation. Now, if you decided not to send that person because he's competent and you love him to remain at home, you now send another person that is not too competent. You go there and do nonsense. Wouldn't they think that even the audit you are doing is wrong? Exactly. Now let's assume that I'm your auditor. You now came to this class. You now saw that I can't even teach audit. I think you first go and report to your boss that auditor don't know his job. I went to his class, he cannot teach. I think this one don't spoil my other food. Abi, that is what we call loss of what, class? Reputation. Please consider that. And that brought us to the issue of competency. Anytime you don't know a job, don't accept it. Now set up. I hope we are there, class. It can spoil the other one you do small, you eat. Now the last one is what? The last one, permanent loss of staff. Class, you understand what I'm talking about here. Let me take you back to NNPC, where they require my auditor, Idris and Co, that is managing here in Wuse Market, and I send one of our staff to go there and work for NNPC for 6 months. Now let me tell you what these boys do when we send them for secondment. From my own experience, they will now apply for the job. You know, go tell me. Now, he has worked there for 4 months, and remember I trained him, Abi. He has worked there for 5 months, NNPC love him. I think they will be happy to keep him. In fact, they will even be telling me, if you like, you to apply now. When he apply, they will now consider him first before anybody. He has gotten the job. Plus, he will now come. If the guy is kind, he will come back to me. Say, where does that work they send me to go to? They say I should really better. Well, how do you see? Don't accept the work. Now me won't set up. How do you see? He wants whether I will tell him don't go. He will say I'm his enemy. I will not start celebrating. In my mind, I won't be happy. But outwardly, I'll be celebrating that is going. So you may end up losing your staff when you come to secondment. Class, this is not ethical issue. This is what? Practice management implication. This is what the examiner is asking you when you say other professional issue. How we are there, class? We take a short break, class. When we resume in the next 10 to 15 minutes, let's say 15-minute break, we'll continue and then we solve questions. Please keep your material close to you. We have a lot of questions to solve. If you don't have the material, I crave your indulgence, get it. You will need it for this my class. If you have the old one, we can manage it together. See you in the next 15 minutes. Online, can you hear me? I'm going on break. Those sleeping opportunity for the next.
Yeah, we can hear you. So if we have questions, then when you come back.
Okay, please keep it on ground. When I come back, I will ask you. Okay, ma?
All right then.
Thank you. No, no, wait. It's not available. Yes. Online student, we are back. Please, if you can hear me, those that say they have question, please ask your question. Ask your question. Student, let's have one class, please. Online, can you hear me? I hope I haven't left you guys.
Yes, you can hear.
I can hear you.
Sure, earlier you have a question.
Yeah, so okay, so sorry, I was having issues joining earlier. I just wanted to find out conflict of interest and threat to objectivity. Are they like examples of independence of appearance?
There are threats, there are things that can affect, impair your independence. There are factors that can impair your independence.
Okay.
Conflict of interest and threat to objectivity. Okay, class. Lastly, safeguards. This safeguard I will be giving you is general safeguard. Individual question may determine the individual safeguard. Please take note that this is a general safeguard. Individual safeguard will depends on the individual question. Your attention, please. Let me just give you a few safeguards that are common to threat to objectivity. Number one is staff rotation. Staff rotation. Number two is declining the offer of gift. For gift, you can decline the offer and that will reduce or eliminate the threat completely. Number three, you can use separating. These are general safeguards depending on the question. Number four, disposal of interest. This is when you have shares or any other interest in the company, you can dispose that interest. Number five, we also have disengagement. Or let's put removal of staff. From the audit. Number six, we can do independent review. Please, let's have one class, independent review. The independent review, we have two or even three here. We have what we call peer review. Peer review is company firm to firm. We have hot review. We have cold review. This has appeared before recently. Hot review is also called pre-issuance review. Pre-issuance review. While cold review is called post-issuance review.
Yes, sir. Can you go up a little, please?
Of course I can, sir. I can. Is it okay or I should go again?
Again, sir.
Okay. So peer review is peer-to-peer. That means one audit firm with the other audit firm reviewing each other's work. Not too common, but it is done too, especially for quality control purposes. Hot review is a review that is performed before the audit report is issued. It's done. Independent partner. independent partner perform the review before audit report is issued. Post-issuance review is independent partner perform the review after audit report is issued. The difference between pre and cold and hot, one is done before the report is issued. Anything you can't see, let me know. This is independent partner. Perform the review before audit report is issued. While the other one is after the audit report is issued. Class, these are just some few safeguards. Other safeguard depends on the scenario, depend on the question. Let us take some questions where we now see how these things are examined. The first question I will take is a question that allows us to specifically on audit issues. So let's go back to our material. You have a decent chapter.
Hello, sir.
That page you open chapter 7. The last one, page 64. I think the other one is page 50. And let's look at question number 3 now, quickly, without wasting time. Open the material. If you are using the second edition, it's 64. If it is the first edition, I think they say it's 50, Abi. You open your own before, 50, Abi. So it's on page 50. Question, this time around, look at question number 3. You know the questions are all numbered. Look at question number 3. Are you there? Is everybody on the same page? Can I start? Now, question number 3 is a scenario-based question. This question is just for us to learn to apply ethical question with safeguard. Purely ethics. Purely ethics. No professional issue in the question. But class, permit me before we do that, let's just discuss question number 4 and question number 5. Question number 4. Are you seeing it? ican May 2015 question 7. ican May 2015 question 7. These are discussion questions. Direct question. Let's talk about it for 2 minutes. Are you ready? That's question number 4. Can I go on? Class, can I go on? Yes, sir. Okay. ican has an ethical guide, a professional code of conduct and guide for members. These rules are applicable to all members. If these rules are not complied with, disciplinary action may result, which could lead to reprimand, fine, or delisting. Required. Explain why you think ican fundamental principles are so important to auditing. Why are they important? Why is the code of ethics important? Class, talk to me. Talk to me. If you are tired, we can take a break and go home and rest. You know I need the right exam for me. Abi? So better motivate yourself to wake up. So talk to me. I'm listening, Lukman. You are willing to give me something. To maintain, to protect public interest. Yes. Number 2. To boost public confidence. Credibility of the audit opinion or report. Abi? Good. To ensure independency. Class, that is what the question, this is a past exam question. I didn't make it up. I hope we are there, class. So number 2 said, explain how a member can demonstrate he is truly independent in carrying out the work he performs and why it is important that you should do so. What is this question talking about? An appearance. He's talking about independence of what? Of mind. How can you demonstrate you are independent? You must appear to be independent and you must be seen to be independent. So independence of mind and appearance. I hope you know you have to define it, Abi. I hope you know you have to list out what gives independent of mind. Help me here, class. Who know me? What is independent of mind? Quickly, class, talk to me. It's a state of mind that permit what? Talk to me. That permit what? An opinion without being influenced by a third party. Class, how do I achieve that? How do I achieve truly independence of mind? Knowledge, experience, competency. I hope we are there, class. Remember not to tell me, tell the examiner. I hope we are there, class. Don't go there and now you now forget. May God not let you forget. Then number 2, how can an auditor appear to be independent? So you now define independent in appearance, which is the avoidance of what, class? Fact and circumstances that are so significant. Are we together? Eh? A third party, a well-informed third party, will think that the auditor is conclude that the auditor is not objective. Thank you, class. Class, the examiner offer you 6 marks as reward for explaining this. Number 6, class, 8 marks. 8 marks. Set out the circumstances under which it is permissible to disclose what, class? Confidential client information. So how do you start this question? What's your approach? Tell me. What's your approach? You first define confidentiality. How we are there, class? First define confidentiality. Then you can now explain to him, circumstances when confidentiality can be breached. Help me here, class. What are the circumstances? If it is required by law, professional duties, and permitted by law. I hope you know you give example, You have to give example to earn the 8 mark. Class, it has been examined twice already. This is one of the exam question. ican May 2015. Now let's look at another direct question again before we go to scenario-based questions. So that you don't think it's only scenario-based question that is appearing. We have direct question. This is very recent, May 2018. Can I go on? You are the HR partner in a Kemude and Company, chartered accountant. As part of the continuous training program of your firm, you are to organize an in-house seminar to educate the staff of your firm on the rules of professional conduct. You have decided to emphasize the IFA Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, published by the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants, recently adopted by ican into their localized codes called the Professional Code of Conduct and Guide for Members. Required. Briefly explain the 5 fundamental principles for IFA Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants. What is he asking? PICO. Don't mistakenly think it's surface. This is PICO. Help me here, class. Who know my professional skepticism? What is the P there? What is the P? Professional hearing. No, professional. What is the P? Behavior. Then the I, integrity. The C, and the O, objectivity. Please try to remember to explain them. Are we there, class? Each of them. Then the B say, explain the independence of mind. And independence of what? I think when I don't see them again, that was why when I start, I beg you guys to learn it. And if we need to put it in voicemail, so that you can sort of to be hearing voicemail of gossip, put voicemail of this definition, and then be listening to it on your phone. It will happen. I hope we are there, class, so that it will remain on you. So, and the C say explain briefly 3 general sources of threat to the fundamental principle of the IFA Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants. What's he talking about? Surface. But he said you should mention only how many? Please do not mention 5. It's indiscipline. I hope we are there, class. Mention only what, class? 3. Pick any 3 that you like. If it is self-interest, please remember to give example. Number 2, advocacy. Number 3, what, class? Familiarity. Stop there. If you are giving the other 3, it will be intimidation, self-review, and familiarity. The examiner say how many? 3. Again, I beg you, don't give 5. That over sabi should stop in this class. I hope we are there, class. It should stop. Don't carry it to the exam hall is not allowed. Why you should not give 5? Number one, the examiner will think that you lack coordination. Because if you are giving 5, that time you spend writing the other 2, you will have spent it answering another question. So you are giving a bad impression of yourself to the marker. Anyone that advises you to give 5 don't like you. How we are there, class? And another thing is that the marker will decide to mark it sequentially. You will follow it 1, 2, 3. If that 1, 2, 3 is wrong, you are failing. You will never cherry pick it. Anyone that tell you cherry pick, he didn't know your marker. I hope we are there, class. Personally, I won't even cherry pick it. I'll follow it 1, 2, 3. I will stop there. That's the first 3. The other 2, you wasted your time. That time that both of us don't have. Is that clear, class? So please, when you give 3, stop there. Be confident on the 3 you give. You know why students write 5? They are not confident on it. So you start hampering. Please, when you are writing like that, they are coming from the village. May they not see you. So class, that is the answer to number 5. Can we move on, class? Question. Can we move on? Question, class. Any question for me? Now let's go to number 3, if you are ready. Number 3, Stark and Co. Stark and Co. Can someone help me read that question? It's very long. Very, very long question. Can you start with the requirement, ma?
Explain the execute trends which may affect the outcome of staff. For each execute trend, because how the trends of the trade can be mitigated.
That's 20 mark, Abi? Okay, thank you, ma. Class, the first one say ethical threat. What is he talking about, class? Surface, Abi?
Yes.
Surface, threat to objectivity. Then he said something else, class. He said you should discuss how the effect of each threat can be mitigated. What is he talking about? Safeguard. Thank you, class. So which means for every threat you pick out, discuss the safeguard. How many mark, class? 10 marks. You need 5 threat minimum. 5 threat minimum. Now we are there, class. Maximum of 7. 5 threat minimum. Assume 2 mark per each threat. 1 threat, 1 mark, plus explanation. Safeguard 1 mark. That is 2 mark. I hope we are there, class. So 2 times 5, is that not how many? 2 times 5, 10, Abi. So for the safeguard, as for the A, you have 10. Then for B, the safeguard is safeguard, assume it is 1, 1. So please take note. Safeguard can give you 2 marks, but most time class give minimum of 5 thread, maximum of 7 or 8. Examiner will give up to 10 to 15 threads in the question. Let's read it, you see it. Go ahead, ma'am. Sorry, online students, someone is reading. Please pay attention. Please, someone is reading. Go on, ma'am.
By manager in the audit firm of Bali and Co. And this is the first time you have worked on one of the first established plans, stock code. The main activities of stock code is providing investment advice to individuals regarding savings from retirement, purchase of shares and securities, and investing in tax efficient savings schemes. Staff is regulated by the relevant financial services authority.
Thank you. Go on.
You have been asked
Please, class, make sure you're underlining any thread she read. When she finish, you will pick it out for me. Make sure you don't just hold pen and you are reading newspaper. No be newspaper. So hold your pen and mark. Go ahead, ma.
You have been asked to start the audit planning for staff code by Mr. Song, a partner in Alianco. Mr. Song has been the engagement partner for staff code for the previous 9 years and so has excellent knowledge of the client. Mr. Song has informed you that he would like his daughter Zia to be part of the auditing this year. Zoe is currently studying for her first set of fundamental papers for her ican qualification. Mr. Song also informed you that Mr. Farr, the audit senior, received investment advice from staff code during the year and intends to do the same next year. In an initial meeting with the finance director of Stafford, we learned that the auditing will not be entertained on Stafford's yet this year, as this could appear to be an attempt to influence the opinion of the audit. Instead, he has he has arranged a balloon flight costing less than 1/10 of the expense of using the yacht and hopes this will be accepted. The director also states that the fee for transaction services this year should be based on a percentage of tax saved and trusts that your firm will accept a fixed fee for representing stakeholders in the dispute regarding the amount of sales tax paid due to the transition authorities.
Thank you very much, Ma. Now, class, start advising me. Have you seen a threat in this question? There are so many, Abi. Start talking, class. Everyone should try, participate, so that you don't slip off. Number one, which threat? Identify the threat first. Identify it. Where is it? What's it? Where is the threat?
Seem to be part of the
List the line. Duty.
His daughter Zoe to be part of the audit team.
The daughter, Zoe, should be part of the audit team.
Yes.
So that is advocacy. Class, did you agree? The daughter, Zoe, is part of the audit firm. Mohammed has suggested advocacy thread. That's self-review. Someone says self-review.
You know, he introduced that is recruiting his daughter. That is advocacy.
He's not recruiting her. He's not recruiting her. Sorry, you said? Timmy, you are talking, yes. You think it's familiarity thread, Abi? Because she's his daughter. Why? Why is it familiarity? Another thread. No, let's digest this one. Then we go to that one. Let's talk about this one first. Zoe, part of the audit team where her father is leading it. Again, class, what type of threat is that?
Sorry, sir. I think it's intimidation threat, sir.
Think about what will happen. She's working under her father. I hope we are there, class. It will give rise to what threat, class? Familiarity threat. She's working under what, class? Her father. It will give rise to familiarity threat. Sorry? Self-interest. Well, I can't write it off completely, but can you explain how? Because this question will like you to always explain the threat. It's easy to explain familiarity because there will be a close relationship with her father. I hope you are getting me. To the extent that she may take him for granted. Isn't it? That's the aim of familiarity. It's a breed of content. Unusual, the person can ask you unusual favor. Or you may become sympathetic to the person. That's not the effect of familiarity. Person can just ask you because he know you too much. He can ask you things you'll be wondering. Now me, they ask me do this thing. Now me, see finish now. I think also Nigeria they call and see finish. So that is the problem with the familiarity threat here. It's familiarity threat. Take note. Then, Timmy, you wanted to mention something. Go on. Okay. He has been for 9 years, class, for 9 years. Now, it's possible that some of you may not think that it is wrong. It is wrong. They are not seeing me. Hello, online, you can't hear me? Hello? But
we can hear you, but I don't think you can hear us.
I can hear, no, it's not that I can hear you. I'm not sure any of you were talking before.
No,
because
someone has tried to answer
when you spoke now, I heard clearly. So what are you saying? Are you suggesting something that I didn't hear?
Yes, someone tried to answer the question, but you didn't hear.
Oh, okay. Maybe because I was actually concentrating here. Please, the person can go ahead. But someone mentioned 9 years now, and that is what I was trying to explain. Where is that 9 years again? Which paragraph is it?
Paragraph 2.
Second, okay. Yeah, okay, I've seen it. You have been engaged for previous 9 years. Class, an audit engagement partner, audit team should not stay for more than 7 years. They should not stay for more than how many years? 7 years. And cooling off period is minimum of 2 years. Cooling off means the period when you can take the person off the client. So, and this team has been there for how many years, class? Now, what is the effect of the long relationship? What is the effect of familiarity threat? You become too over sympathetic. Please remember to explain the effect. Don't write, I will tell you what to write. and I'll show you how to write it. I hope we are there, class. Let's talk about it first. Let's finish. It could also lead to them. You know, see finish, Abi. They could ask you for something that you are not supposed to do because they are too close to you. That's familiarity. I think they say familiarity, Abi. It's effect of familiarity. Class, do you know the examiner complained that, in fact, just last diet, one of the remarks I was reading, he complained that sometimes students identify the real issue, but they struggle to explain it. So if you are having weakness in explaining a point, please try to learn it in the class. Is that clear? When you have identified a threat, the explanation should be based on the meaning of the threat. For example, when you notice that this 9 years is, you say familiarity threat, Abi? When explaining the effect, you say this will give rise to familiarity threat because it will create a close relationship with the client. Is that not the definition of familiarity threat? For Zoe, you can say it will create a close relationship with her father. Are we there? To the extent that the father may not see her mistakes or may defend her mistakes. Okay, I need more. Online student, you promise that you are giving me one. Is someone there?
Sir, could we also say, can we also say because of that 9 years, it could blur the objectivity of the audit firm?
Okay, which line are you referring to?
I'm still referring to the same points that you just mentioned, you just brought up. That because of the being.
Is it the 9 years you are referring to or Zoe? I need the line.
The 9 years, the 9 years.
Okay,
because
you say it will give rise to what?
But their objectivity will be blurred. They won't be biased.
Yes, they won't be biased. That is the same thing, no? That's familiarity threat. Okay, is it in the explanation? In the explanation. If it is in the explanation, you can make that. You can make that as an explanation of familiarity threat. Okay, class, can we go on? Okay, are we done with that paragraph that we're dealing with? Because there is still more threat on that paragraph. I don't know if you guys were avoiding it. There is more threat on that paragraph before we go to the next paragraph. Has anyone seen the threat? Okay, what is the threat?
The Mr. Bada wants to be receiving investment advice from Stack.
Is receiving advice. Abi? Receiving investment advice. Is that not a threat, class? You are receiving investment advice from your client. What type of threat? Self-interest threat. Is that clear, class? Self-interest threat. Having a business relationship with your client can give rise to self-interest threat. It can also give rise to familiarity threat, but just mention one of the two. Self-interest is more likely. Is that clear, class? Because he may focus on trying to protect his interest in that client company. Class, these three threats you have mentioned for me, before we leave this paragraph, let me go back again to you, and I need your attention and cooperation. One class, please. The first one, you will say that Mr. Son has spent 9 years with the client. Abi, we say give rise to familiarity threat. Isn't it, class? What are the safeguards? How do we reduce these threats of Mr. Son being here for too long? How do we reduce this threat? It should be what? No.
Rotation. Rotation of staff.
Sorry? Rotation.
9 years, rotation. I think the 9 years should be, they should have another auditor.
It should be what, class? Rotated. Rotated, we can wait for him to complete this assignment. Then next time we should not bring him. Is that clear, class? If this work has not started, then he should not be involved in the job. So he should be rotated. Rotated. And when can he return, class? After 2 years. If you are not sure, don't even disgrace yourself. Just say it can be returned back after some years. After some years, you keep quiet. I hope we are there, class. Yes, may him go do for the years. And number 2, class, on Zoe, what is your advice? Safeguard. What's your advice? Loudly, man. She should be excluded. She should be removed. Now you use the word remove, not excluded. Now, class, let me explain why your words are very important in answering the question. You remove someone who is already inside. Are we together? Zoe is already part of the team. We can now, what class? Remove her. When we say we should rotate, it means we should wait till it ends. We should now rotate him by not bringing him back. Are we there, class? Exclusion simply means that we are selecting team member. So we should not don't put this one inside. We should exclude them. But the problem with Zoe is that she's already in the team. So she should be what class? And when we remove her, is that fair? Do we just remove her to punish her because her father is working there? What do we do, class? In another assignment, Abi, headed by a different partner. Are we there, class? That is all. Class, your safeguard must be as practical as possible. I will tell you how to write it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Trust me. I don't want you to write nonsense. Can we go on, class? Second paragraph. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, statutory rotation. No, we should not. Get work no easy. To get work no easy. Are you getting me? We should not stop it. The examiner actually don't even like that suggestion that very much. I know what you are trying to suggest. It's not bad. But even statutory rotation, some industries even 10 years, not 9 years, like bank. You leave, stop being their auditor if you have worked for them for minimum of 10 years. 10 years is not maximum, no, it's minimum according to the Bofia Act. Is that clear? So no, that's too harsh. And that's to get work no easy, trust me. So which one is that? Mm-hmm. Yes. He's not a chartered. No, there are a lot of people in audit that are not chartered accountants. Some of them are even mechanic. We need them. They are not. If they are even O-level leaver, we still need them because if we are auditing those kind of items, we need their experience, practical experience. So you can be in an audit firm even though you are not a chartered. In fact, you may not even be a graduate. We even prefer to recruit people that are that far because they are more loyal and they stay longer. The chartered accountant, once they get small job, they leave us. And now that was also another reason. You don't get me. That was another reason. When you pay them 30,000, they are thanking you. But chartered accountant will be asking for 200,000 or 300,000. Who get money? So class, let's go on. Okay, now let's put this one we have put down because of time factor. So how do I write it in the exam? Class, because of the nature of the question. The question is asking you two things that relate to one area. Use table form. Use tabular approach. Make sure the name of the question is very clear in the exam. I think it's stack, Abi. Stack. One side of the question should carry the threat. The other side should carry what? Safeguards. Answer it this way in the exam. It always work. Always work. Then, class, the threat must be clearly identified. I observe some of you were telling me that this is familiarity. No, that's not how you answer. Pick the threat first from the scenario. What do I mean by that? Look at this line. Where is it again? That 9 years, where is it? Mr. Son has been engagement partner for what class? Pick it up and put it as your threat. Pick it. So you put here, 1, Mr. Son has been engagement partner for 9 years. I think this is coming from the scenario, Abi. I didn't add anything. Then you now explain why it is a threat. That's one mark, that explanation. This another way, one way to do it. This may lead to familiarity threat. Because of the long association. Because of the long association with the assurance You can't see my screen? I'll be reading it as I'm writing it. I'm reading it. This may lead to familiarity threat because of the long association with who class? With the assurance client. Class full stop. No talk again. I hope we are there. Don't go and disgrace yourself. The more you talk, the more you look stupid. Is that clear? This is I don't even want too much talk. If you are writing ACC, I will have used different approach to answer the question. But for ICANN, they don't want too much writing. So what do? Don't also give the safeguard because you've already created a space for it here. Now you come down and suggest a safeguard for number 1. What do we say is a safeguard? Mr. Son should be what class? Rotated. Should be rotated to another audit client for a period not less than 2 years. If you are not sure, class, say for some years. Is that clear, class? Full stop. That is how you should answer the question. Now let's go to number 2. Let's do it again until you can do it on your own. Number 2, what's the thread? What's the thread? Look at your question. Zoe is what? Zoe is should be part of, where is it? I'm looking for the line.
Second line.
Mr. Summers informed you that Zoe will like his daughter. He will like his daughter Zoe to be part of the team. Abi, Zoe is currently, so that one is diversion. Forget that story. Even if she's chartered accountant, she's still his daughter. Mr. Son also, okay, that's all. Zoe, now I will reference this class. Zoe, Mr. Son, daughter, is part of the audit team. Now, let's say, class, you are not sure what type of threat is it. I think it will happen in the exam hall. Please don't lie. I hope we are there, class. Tell him this will lead to a serious ethical threat. No call the threat. Keep quiet. To a serious ethical threat.
Wow.
You don't know which one, so not even suggest. Threat of objectivity. Are we together? Of objectivity. To the extent that her father opinion may be what class? May be affected. Full stop. No go far. Stop there. In fact, even if you stop here, threat to objectivity, serious threat to objectivity can also be accepted by the examiner. In fact, he stopped there in one of his solutions. Now, class, what is our safeguard? I think we have suggested safeguard for this before. What do we say it is? Zoe should be removed, Abi?
Yes. It says it should not be should be excluded. So
Zoe should be transferred to another assignment under a different partner, under a different engagement partner. Class, make your answer short, make it specific. And also, your safeguard should be real. It should come from your mind, from how you understand the threat. Don't say you must think of one thing you read in one book. No, that's not how it should be. It makes it more complicated. Can we go on, class? There are more threat, class. The next paragraph, in an initial meeting with the finance director of Starco, you learned that the auditing will not be entertained on the Starco yacht this year, as this could appear to attempt to influence their opinion. Instead, he has arranged a balloon flight costing less than what, class? 1/10 of the expense of using the yacht, and hope this will be what, class? This is a threat, Abi. What type of threat is it, class? What type of threat is this? Huh? Intimidation. It's likely, but it's a gift. I hope you know this is hospitality, Abi. They are giving a list.
Can anyone else hear him, please?
I think
No, I can't hear him.
I think
I can't
it's
hear
from
him.
him.
I can't
Okay,
also hear him.
I was even thinking it's my own network. I think it's from
I
him.
thought so too. That was
Someone should
mine. I
message
think
them on WhatsApp, oh, please, so that I can know that we are not here again. No, is anyone there?
Hello.
Okay.
I think he
We
has gone
can't.
off.
Does anybody have
I
Is
any
it?
think I
any
cannot
friend in
continue.
class that can help us to tell him? I
We
messaged
told him
them on
on
WhatsApp,
WhatsApp.
but they're not responding.
God bless Nigeria. The company's tuned press 1.
I just called someone now. Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, can hear you.
Yes,
I just
yes, I
called
hear you.
someone now. She said, I think the wireless they are using went off or something. So they are working on it. No teaching is going
Okay,
on.
I just called someone as well. The same thing you said.
Oh,
Okay,
all
thank
right.
you.
But we are online student, if you can hear me, our network share, we're here. Now, class, I hope you have a guide on how to write this thing down. Let me put one more for you again. Then before we go, then you finish the rest on your own. Huh? Where is it? Where is intimidation? Suggest no, so that if I can correct it. You've seen intimidation? Where is it? Okay, which line? Which issue? Okay, okay. 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 It will be difficult to explain intimidation. It's not unlikely. How we are there, class. But it will be difficult to explain intimidation there because the offer for fee for the offer is actually a percentage of tax save. Will definitely lead to what do we say, to contingent fee, which is self-interest. How? Because they may want to even evade tax in order to make more money. They may want to protect their interest. So intimidation is highly unlikely. You will suffer a lot to explain it if you mention it in the exam. And at the end, you will not get any mark if you are not careful. So let's take this one. The fee for tax is based on percentage of what class? Of tax saved. This will give rise to what class? Will give rise self-interest threats of objectivity because of contingent fee. Yes, sir? Based on percentage. I think I missed something there. Based on the fee for tax. For tax is based on percentage of tax saved because of the contingent fee. Suggestion class, safeguard. How do we safeguard this? What is the safeguard class? Who can suggest? What is the safeguard? Just directly advise the audit firm. The audit firm should charge fee based on what class? Should charge fee based on work performed. Full stop. Should charge fee based on work performed. That's okay. Students, complete the question for me later. Let's take a bit of practice management and close in the next 30 minutes. so that we reduce. My objective, let me carry you along, is today and tomorrow to be able to complete section 1, 2, and 3. Section 1, professional ethics, regulatory environment, and practice management. Our target is to be able to finish it by tomorrow so that we can start you can have some time to review it before our next class. I think the next class is on Tuesday also, if I still remember the timetable. Has it changed? On Tuesday. So we can now start historical financial statement on Tuesday. Please complete this question. Also solve this question for me. Solve Baker and Co for me. Please, when you solve a question, if you want me to see it, don't come to class and smile and say you solve it. I will not believe you. I hope you get. I'm not even designed to believe you. And so solve it and snap a picture because we need evidence. Is that clear, class? Snap a picture of it and WhatsApp me. I've given you my number, it's on WhatsApp. Snap it and send to me. And Father, I will read it and even comment if your answer is in order. So look at the question number 1. You all have the class note. And again, if you don't have the class note, please try to get it. The question says, identify and explain ethical and what class? Practice management implication. We'll come back to it. Tomorrow I will solve it and many other questions. Can I move on, my students? Let's add 30 minutes before we leave the class. Practice management. That is this is the end of chapter 3 of the class note, which is professional ethics and conduct. I didn't leave anything out of it. So practice management. Practice management is chapter 5, which means I jumped chapter 4 of the class note. It's chapter 5. In your pack, it is divided into 2 chapters, but in my material, it's put in 1 chapter. The 2 chapters are both important. The first one is obtaining professional job, obtaining professional assignments. The second one is quality control. Class, I have not seen a diet where one question from here has not appeared. And I will teach you exactly where the question comes from. Can I go up? I will teach you exactly where. We can't finish this chapter. Please take note of that. But we can start. Is that clear? Are you ready for me? So the first place question come here. Number 1 is reasons for change of auditor. Why will a client change his auditor? Be careful, class. I didn't say reason why auditor changes client. Reason why client change who class? Their auditor. Class, these are the reasons. Number 1, disagreement on fee. Disagreement on fee. Number 2, conflict of interest. You remember conflict of interest, Abi? The auditor is trading what we are also selling. He didn't tell us. He didn't disclose. We discover. Or you are the auditor of Coca-Cola, you are also the auditor of Pepsi, and Coca-Cola didn't know. And they now discover. They will not only disengage you, they will eliminate you. I hope you are there, class. You are a big threat to them because one of their biggest enemies are Pepsi. Number 3, class, personality clash. They just don't like their auditor. You know it happen, Abi? They just don't, there are people that don't just like you. You don't do them anything, just like that. Number 4, threat to objectivity or ethical issue. I hope, class, it's different from conflict of interest, Abi? Number 5, loss of confidence. Again, class, for those who are using the note to study, you can use the note to study. You don't need to use ican material. The note is designed from ican. This is chapter 5 of the class note. So please look it up. And the explanations are all there. Number 6, lack of integrity. Now, I know it's surprising, yes. A client can assume the auditor don't have integrity. Maybe the auditor is asking them to do something funny. Yes, a particular client has told me that I think is it last year, that the auditor don't lack integrity. I was even surprised too. So una think the auditor, because people who lack integrity are actually the businessmen. Are you getting me? Now, coming from the audit firm, yes, especially all these young audit firms, sometimes, please take note, this ethical issue we are teaching you are mostly applied by large companies. Because I've had students who work for one-man business. After all these things they teach, I need to see them for work. I say you when they work for one person. When I get ethics, I hope we are there, class. These ethical are applicable, like KPMG, all these big firms. This is a standard in their company. Is that clear, class? Then the next thing, class. That's all reasons for change of auditor. How many did I give you, class? Since number one, what is it, class? Is that clear? You know what I mean by that, Abi? Number two, number three, number four, number five, number six. There is another important one I didn't add, class. Size. Size of the client. What I mean here is that the client firm grew bigger than the audit firm. You know it happened. When they did Abuja here, Idris and Co is their auditor. Now they don't have branch all over the world. They are big boys. They will say they are looking for KPMG. You know people they do like that now. You don't make money, you change friends. Abi? And so this is called size of, because now if Idris, your friend cannot do this job, we big small. We need KPMG. They are now in the big boys league. May that not be our portion, class. And let us be bigger than them. So the next one, you need to know. This is number one. Number two, class. Sorry? No. It's just size. The bigger size is talking about their turnover, what they are making. They are not big. It's a normal thing when companies become big, they change their client. They change their auditors, yes. The bigger they are, the more they need international audit firms that have branch all over the world. It will be difficult for Dangote PLC now to say when he started, according to him, with 50,000 naira, which I have my doubts. I hope we are there in Kano. Maybe he has one auditor that is Ali and Co. is his auditor. Now you know Dangote is all over Africa, Nabi. Now Dangote will now look for KPMG because Ali and Co may not have enough staff. This is not big. It doesn't make him a bad man. It's a reality. It's a reality. When you grow up to some extent, you also need, even if you want to maintain your own friends, I think you need new friends now again too, that will tally with these, your new position. So it's a woman thing. Can we go on, class? Advertisement, the next one. Class, mark the way I'm arranging them with highlight. The highlight means each of them is a subheading. This is a subheading different from the other one, which means each of them is a different question. They cannot be merged as one question. Is that clear, class? So advertisement. An audit firm can what, class? Advertise their business. Has anybody in this class seen audit firm advertisement? So that you can share with us. Advertise their business. If you have seen, please, I would like also to see. I've never seen anywhere. So an audit firm can advertise their services. But they must abide by the following conditions. By the following conditions. And what are the conditions, class? This came out last day too. Number one, do not bring ican into disrepute. Abi, do not bring ican into disrepute. I would prefer you write it this way, don't miss it all up, so that the examiner will see it clearly and give you your mark. Number two, do not discredit other ican members. Abi? Number three, okay, let's put this one first. Do not be misleading. Advertisement should not be misleading. Do not include fee, Abi. Do not include or do not make reference to fee. Make reference to fee or to a fee or to a discount. Wait, please, before we go there, unless, add this one again, unless the basis of the fee, the basis of the computation of the fee will be shown in the advert. So do not include fee class, that's the rule. But I can now put a caveat that if you must include fee, state how you arrive at the fee. How we are there, class. That's what you mean. The basis of the fee, computation of the fee will be what, class? Shown in the advert. Then there is one more you mentioned. Must abide by local regulation. Thank you. Must abide by local regulation. Yes, it does. I always say one of them will appear. That's why I'm giving them in highlight. Comes out last diet. Okay, class. So we can advertise, but we should abide by this word, class, condition. Did you miss anything? Should I scroll up? Let me go up. An audit firm can advertise their service. There is nothing wrong for a firm to advertise. However, class, advertisement must follow some certain condition. And what are the conditions, class? Do not bring ican into disrepute. Don't show it as if you have a business relationship with ican. You don't have any relationship with ican and don't pretend you do. Is that clear, class? Apart from being their member. Number two, do not discredit who, class? Other ican members. It is wrong for you to discredit other ican members. To say we are the best, we are the most qualified. That is wrong. Is that clear, class? Number three, what is number three, class? Should not be misleading. Should not be misleading. Which means don't state a qualification you don't have. You say we are ican holders, we are chartered accountant ican holders, we are ACC holders, we are CI. You see qualification going, and you don't get any of them. How we are there, class? That is what, class? Misleading. I should go down. Number three does not what, class? Number four, reference to a fee. Do not make reference to a fee. It's not allowed. Do not make reference to a fee. You are not allowed to make a reference to a fee. The next one, must abide by local regulation. You must abide by the local regulation. Copy, should I go on? I'm waiting for you. Are you done? Should I go on? So the next thing, class, that you need to know before my time go off, the next thing, factors to consider when charging fee. Factor to consider, thank you, stock. Factor to consider when charging fee. This came out in May 2021, but it didn't come out last diet. Factors to consider when charging fee. This was in May, but it was not in November. Just like mentioned, use the mnemonic call word, class, stop. Factors to consider when charging fee. The first thing you need to consider is the scope of the work, scope and size, scope of the work, and the size of the client. Just like I was discussing with someone today, that the same job that Brighton give you, you collect 100,000. If Zenith Bank offer you that the same assignment, you may charge them 2 million. The same work. Why? Because the size of Zenith Bank is bigger than Brighton. So yes, auditor look at your size when they are charging you. Is that clear, class? T stand for time, time of the work, timing of the work, time and duration of the work, and duration of the work. Class, the longer the time you will put in that work, I think the more they feel. Do you agree, class? Then the next is what? Urgency. How urgent is the work? The urgency of the work. Then the R, risks, assess, or risks involved. Class, the higher the risk, the higher the price. The higher the risk, the higher the price. Imagine you are auditing a client that have branches in Zambisa forest. I think you charge times 5 of or Zampara. Okay, in Zampara forest, Abi. So you charge 3 times of what is there. Then resources. Resources needed. When explaining resources, class, please focus on 2 things: the staff and the finances, the fund that is required. This is one area again that could appear in your exam. How many areas so far have I given you here? How many areas? 3 areas. Please, I need you to remember them so that when you see a question, you know it is this area that Idris cover in the class. Is that clear, class? Let's go to the next area. Tender. The next area is tender. Tender came out, Abi. Good. Tender. So under this area, class, so far we have seen 2 areas that have been examined and we are not done yet. Question? Okay. Under this area, we've seen 2 things that are advert and tender came out last diet. Abi, we also seen 2 that didn't appear last diet. Reasons and fee did not appear last diet. So, and I'm not also saying that because it appeared last diet, it cannot appear again this diet. That's not true. What is tender, class? Definition of tender. Sorry? Is a commercial process of obtaining work or obtaining services. Tender is the commercial process of obtaining professional work. Class, advantages of tender. Advantages and disadvantages of tender. It increase income. Thank you, sir. It increase income. The advantages did not appear last diet. It increase what, class? Income. It creates awareness. You have to write quickly, class. Don't be interrupted. We are running out of time. We have to get this out of the way. It increased, but you gave me one before that one. What did you say it is? It creates awareness, Abi? Okay, it creates awareness of the client. Create awareness of the firm, sorry. This, it increased client portfolio. What this means is that increases the number of clients you have. This is enough, class? Yes, I've written that out. It's there. Okay, oh yeah, wow, that's cool. Then the disadvantages, class. Disadvantages. What is the disadvantage of tender, class? What? Risks of working with a client that lack integrity. Risk of working for a client that lacks integrity. Look at ican November 2014 question number 2. Lack integrity. That may not pay. That's true. That one is very common. Risks of working with client that may not pay. Risks of working with PEP. Risks of working with PEP. There is a danger of working with PEP. What is PEP? PEP means politically exposed person or politically exposed entity, PEE. So these are some few disadvantages of risks of working for client, politically exposed person, PEP. Politically exposed person, PEP. Politically exposed person, PEP. Someone that is holding a political office in foreign country or even in the local country. You are not prohibited from working for them, but their risk is very high. Most of them may be involved in money laundering. I hope you get me, class. Most of them may be involved. And if they are going down, they will not be going down with you. Abi? So, okay, class, can I go on? Then still class under tender, there is something else you need to know under tender. These are issues to consider, also called matters to consider before offering or submitting for tender. Before submitting bid for tender. Thank you for that confirmation. I'm very happy you are in my class, that you are confirming what come out. Because I highlight, like I always tell my students, there is no way what I teach you will not be in the exam. There is no way. Every question. The only way is probable tiredness and other factor, or you refuse to read. May God not let you refuse to read. I will follow you with prayers. Trust me. Even when you don't want to read, my prayers will be pushing you to book. You just stay like that, you will carry audit book to read. You think it's normal, it's not. I'm praying. God will not let you see that time. So as factor to consider. So class number 1. No, not just not it. You miss it up. You do background check. Background check. What you put is your second one. Background word class check of the client. Number 2, can I go on, class? Fee or possibility that you can accept low fee. I will explain. Before submitting, remember, this is before submitting. Number 3, class, conflict of interest. Review conflict of interest. That you can accept low fee. I will explain. Can we have one class? I will explain. Number 3, review conflict of interest. Number 4, assess risks. Assess risks of assessed risks of the client. This is if it is a new client. If it is a client, if it's a new company, sorry. If it's an old company, also assess, review discussion with any outgoing auditor. I hope we are there, class. That is if it is an old company. Number 5, considered matters to include in the tender or in the bid. So class, take a look at this. If before you submit your tender, class, there are things that you need to do. Do background check of the client. I hope we are there, class. Who is the client, so that you avoid those danger that you are complaining on, like politically exposed person. Number 2, look at the possibility that you can work, you can accept low fee. What are we talking about here? There is a danger that if you are submitting tender, class, you should be aware that the tender team, the evaluation team of tender, usually select a proposal that have the lowest charges. I hope you get me. They don't select the one with the highest word class. So if you want to submit for tender, make sure you are ready to work for a low fee. That's called low balling, Abi. But you know it is accepted. It's just that there are danger for it. Number 3, review conflict of what class? Of interest. I don't think I need to explain that one again. Number 4, assess what class? Risk of the client. So check, is there any risk? What type of business is the client? When you check the background, is he a client that is highly risky? Does the client have sufficient professional accountant working for him, so that you expect the strong background of their record, etc., etc. Then number last class, consider matters to include in what class? In the tender document. We talk about number 5. I think that's the one that Mr. Mohammed mentioned earlier. So matters to consider or factors to include. I think we should go with matter. Matters to include in a proposal document for tender. So when you are now writing, after you've done the first thing, you've checked the background, when you are now submitting the tender, the proposal document of tender, examiner say he will not ask you to write one, but he may ask you to list out what are you going to include inside the proposal you are sending. That is the mnemonic you mentioned, which is P, L, E, R. So be careful, class, don't miss the 2. Oh. This one is when you are writing the proposal. How we are there, class? I should go up. Okay. Oh, sorry. It's okay like this? Okay. Can we go on? Can I move on, or you are writing? Okay, you are writing it. Okay. Okay, class. Now, P, please read. What is the first P? Price. You should always include your price here will mean the fee, the audit fee. You remember the fee, Abi? Price here will mean the audit fee. Do not do 2 things in the price when you are putting price on your proposal. Do not lowball. Class, do you remember lowballing? Do not lowball. Don't charge low fee. Don't charge low fee. Number 2, do not charge contingent fee. Do not charge what? Contingent fee. Do you remember contingent fee? A fee that depends on some certain outcome. You should know there is a contingency in an exam question. If the examiner says the fee will depend on 10% on something, 5% on something. Example, they say your audit fee will be 10% of the audited revenue. So class, the unaudited revenue is 10 million. They say your fee is 10% of the audited revenue. You know, if we are human being, Abi, you go first calculate what it be now. 10% of 10 million now, is it not 1 million? You don't prepare your budget on 1 million. When you are auditing, you now saw one invoice that is included, that should not be included, and that invoice value is 5 million. Are you likely to tell them that this invoice should not be in this 10 million? Or you keep quiet? You definitely keep quiet, because if you said so, they will reduce the revenue from 10 million to how much? 5 million. And your fee will now drop to 500,000. So do not charge contingent fee. Can I move on, class? The second P stands for people. People. You must describe your audit staff, their experience, their qualification. Thank you, sir. Their qualification, their expertise. Do not prepare a tender where the qualification of the staff were not included. Many people that give audit firm work, they are giving them because of the caliber of their staffs. Are we there, class? The next one is what? Location. Location here, we are talking about your branch. If you have one small office in Calabar Market, mention that I have branch in Cross River State. No say Calabar, in Cross River State. I think Calabar is Cross River. And mention, maybe the client is looking for someone with a branch in Cross River. Now it will now enable you to expand that branch. Location, describe your location, your branch. E, experience. Experience. I think this thing should be real. I put it upside down. It should be RE, which means reputation before experience. Reputation is talking about who have you worked for before, and experience is talking about how long have you been doing it. How long have you been working as an audit firm? Are we there, class? Reputation is talking who is your client. Say, for example, we are the auditors of NMPC. We are the auditors of United Nations. We are the auditors of ICAN. I think that's a good reputation, Abi. You can be trusted. They will say, wow, this person has experience. He has reputation. He has a name. And make sure you are listing people that if they send them email, they will confirm. And not people that will abandon your email. Is that clear, class? Experience is what, class? What is it talking about? What is experience talking about? Experience of work. How long? If I say, what is your experience? You say, I've been working as an accountant for 10 years. Is that not experience? That's experience. I think it's different from reputation, Abi. Can you hear me, class? Last but not the least, class. This came out last day, class. Pre-acceptance condition. What are the conditions before accepting audit services? What do you look at before you accept audit service? This is different from tender. Someone is giving you job. How we are there, class? What do you look at before you accept the job? That means your tender has worked now. They are about to accept your bid. Abi? So what do you look at? I think you should start with ethics. Actually, I will look at fee, but the examiner will prefer you start with ethics. Ethical issue. Ethical issue. Thank you. They also look at conflict of interest. You remember conflict of interest, Abi? Yeah, you mentioned competency, Abi. Competency. Resources. The same resources we talked about earlier, which is staff and what? And funds, and your financial strength, your balance sheet. Class, these are not the only thing you look at again. Please obtain reference. Obtain reference of the director. If they are not personally known to you, obtain reference of the director. If they are not known to you. Resources. I say there are two resources you should focus on. Staff. The staff you use. You know your staff are your intellectual property. They are your resources. Then funds, money. Because some work you have to start with your own money before you progress. Class, are you with me? Online student, are you still there? How can you be sleeping in the class?
We are here.
Okay.
How are you?
Okay. Discuss with the outgoing auditor. Thank you, sir. Discuss with the outgoing auditor. Class, this one appeared last day. It hardly come in the exam. I was surprised when I see it, but I actually teach it just like any other part here. So discuss with the outgoing auditor. Class, be able to know when the question is talking about this area. Tomorrow we'll visit that last day exam question so that you see some of them. Obtain reference of the directors if they are not personally known to you. Please put it that way. If they are not personally known to you. If there are people you know, why are you getting reference from someone? Now, Lukman, what we are saying here is that because you don't know them, you can't just accept work from them. I hope you get me. You can ask for like bank references, ability to pay. Maybe when you don't work, you now start hearing big grammar. So ability to pay. Is that clear, class? Discuss with the outgoing auditor. Now, class, discussion with the outgoing auditor is a very wide concept. We call it professional clearance. Outgoing auditor. For you to, before you start working with a client, I can specifically mention that you must talk to the outgoing auditor. But before you talk to him, please remember that you need the client permission to speak to him. So if you ask the client that, please, I want to know who is your auditor. They say, it's Chris and Co. Please, can I write to him? I want to talk to him to find out why he's no longer your auditor. And they say, no. What will you do, class? My student, can you hear me? They say,
Yes.
no, I don't want you to talk to Idris and Co. What will you do, class? Reject the work, reject the job, so that you don't enter into a trap. How we are there, class? Reject the job. If they say, go ahead, I think you now call him, Abi. You are not calling, you are sending him an email. The most preferred method of communication is email. Write to him. In your letter to him, ask him if there are any reasons. If he has any reasons for you why you should not accept the job, he should inform you. Inform him that you are the new auditor that will be taking his job. Are we there, class? Is there any reason why you should not accept the job? Now, remember that the outgoing auditor will also seek the client permission before he replies. You know why he's seeking permission, Abi? Why is he seeking permission, class? Confidentiality. Remember, so you ask the client, you will not write to the client that your new auditor has asked for my permission to give him feedback. Can I go ahead and reply? I say, yes, why not? Go ahead. How we are there, class? He will not reply to you. If he tell you, go ahead, accept the job, what do you do, class? Accept it wholeheartedly. Is that clear, class? Don't do any investigation. But he now tells you, no, there are reasons why you should not accept the job. He now explain the reason to you. Don't accept the job because they are owing me. In fact, they have been owing me for the past 3 years. That is why I leave. What do you do, class? Do you accept or not? You should fight. I can say you can accept the job, but under the condition with the client that the client will pay him off his money. Is that clear, class? If the client refuses to pay, then you should not accept to work for them. Is that clear? Now, class, the big problem that have appeared in the exam one is the fact that you could not reach their grade auditor. You send an email, the email bounce back. What do you do, class? What do you do? Talk to me, class. You look for his number and call. When you call the number is switched off. Visit the location. Are we there, class? You must mention it this way to the auditor, to the examiner as well. Visit the location. When you visit the location, class, he has parked from there. No forwarding address. What do you do? Okay, now, yes, thank you. The ican said it is now your judgment. You can reject or accept. Online student, I don't know if you can hear our discussion here. Now, what are post-acceptance condition, class? Post-acceptance condition. What do I do after I have accepted the job? Post-acceptance condition. If you accept the job, you don't just go ahead and start working in class. There are things you need to do. Number one,
You make sure that the outgoing auditor was removed.
exactly. Ensure that outgoing auditor removal is valid. Number two,
Ensure that the management has signed engagement letter.
okay, yes. Ensure that your engagement is legal and valid. Ensure that your engagement is properly done. Class, if you have a question, you can ask, please. Then the last one, sign engagement letter. Sign engagement letter. However, class, I've not seen question with engagement letter in your exam, even though it's part of the syllabus. So try to know that an engagement letter is a letter of contract. It's a letter of what, class? Contract between the audit firm and the client. And it is very important. What is the importance of engagement letter? You will see that in chapter 5 of your material. It set out the condition of the engagement, the terms and condition of what, class? Of the engagement, the importances or benefit of engagement letter. Benefit of what, class? Of engagement letter. Set out terms and conditions of the engagement. It helps to reduce misunderstanding, class. It sets out terms and conditions of the engagement. It helps to reduce misunderstanding. Where you have a clear contract, there will be no misunderstanding. Then the content of engagement letter. Benefit of engagement letter is also called the importance of what, class? Of engagement letter. Do not accept the assignment unless engagement letter has been signed. And we are trying to let you know how important is engagement letter. It's very, very vital, class. One of the importances of engagement letter is that it sets out the terms and conditions of the engagement. And it also reduces what, class? Misunderstanding. It also reduces conflict at the end of the audit. Now, what is the content of engagement letter? The main content, number one, is the objective of the audit. The examiner will not ask you to write an engagement letter, but he may ask you to list out the content of the letter. How we are there, class? He specifically stated that he will never ask you to write one, but he may also ask you to list out the content, or you could write one and ask you what is missing in it. How we are there, class? So an engagement letter must contain what, class? Objective of the audit. Engagement letter must contain the